A nigga said, Deidre, you need to get them goddamn bunk beds right now, right now. I said, kiss my ass like right now, right now, right now, right now. Talk about black women all day and all night and all day and all night and all day. Debate of the topics like you're lost and you don't know what else to say. You never hear these niggas go on and on about the girls that they claim that they with. Can't say the same about the black women that they don't want. Yeah, you know they full of shit. They say they want to leave. Saying black men take heed. I'm like, nigga, you can go. I'm like, nigga, you can leave. I got them plane tickets. I got them plane tickets. I got them plane tickets. I got the plane tickets. I got them plane tickets. I got them plane tickets. I got them plane tickets. I got the plane tickets. Bitches don't know about running water. Bitch don't know about cold water. Bitch don't know about warm water. Yeah, that's a motherfucking slaughter. Bitch don't know about body spray. Bitch don't know about coochie wipes. Bitch don't know about deodorant. Don't even know about electric lights. Bitch cooking rat, cats, and dogs. Motherfucking veggies and snakes. Motherfucking poison these niggas. Smiling in their motherfucking face. Bitch can't cook like Bunny. Bitch can't cook like E. Yeah, I got them tickets. Yeah, nigga, motherfucking leave. I got them plane tickets. I got them plane tickets. I got them plane tickets. I got the plane tickets. I got them plane tickets. I got them plane tickets. I got them plane tickets. I got the plane tickets. Got another nigga to get it. No, nigga, I ain't done yet. Got another nigga to get it. No, nigga, I ain't done yet. Got another nigga to get it. No, nigga, I ain't done yet. Got another nigga to get it. No, nigga, I ain't done yet. Taz, tell him who to go. 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 Fuck, boy, you ain't nothing but a lame ass nigga talking all that shit in the YouTube streets. Mad that your content ain't worth shit and you're trying to resurrect and you're fucking with me. No, nigga, I don't need to hate. No, nigga, that ain't okay. Fucked up that your numbers went down, not on the rumble fucking with O'Shea. The manosphere built this nigga. Tried to build a network against us. Then Docs 1 got exposed. The goat crying like a little hoe. Nigga only trying to get paid. Fucked up and he tried to get laid. Trying to have secret relations. Struggle of many complications. Asking a woman for an AK. Then you ask again for a 2K. How the hell you the fucking goat and you can't even travel and pay your own damn way? Can't even get your girl hair done. Can't even get your girl nails done. Can't even get your girl's feet done. The Cash Life had to save you on that one. Who the goat? Taz, tell him who to go. 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 Taz, tell him who to go.
Your black YouTube therapist, D. Darrell Spears, is in the motherfucking house. And we got a hot one today. Yes, we have a hot one today. This is one that I have been looking forward to doing This is one that I had to delay because I'm a busy ass man, a true mental health professional, one who actually works in the autism community, one who is professionally qualified to work in the autism community, one who has implemented treatment plans, behavioral modification plans, IEPs, 504 accommodations for children in the school system, alternative schools, and etc. Someone who is actually licensed, who's under a governing body, someone who has studied behavioral therapy, one who has worked in tandem with certified and licensed applied behavioral therapists and service providers, and also psychiatrists and psychologists in co-facilitating and administering psychological testing and appraisals for children and adults who have autism spectrum disorder. Now, you heard this man the other day claim he is a professional, and he tried to ridicule the mother of an autistic child. He tried to demonize a woman who has a child on the lower end of that spectrum because that child is nonverbal. And tried to make it appear as if she was trying to weaponize her child disability in order to demonize people like himself and others who irresponsibly called her child retarded. This is the facts. This is the facts. So people want to know, well, therapist D. Durrell, licensed professional counselor, licensed professional of the healing arts, qualified mental health professional. Operating under the guidance and the provisions of a bona fide state board of Texas, who is operating under the scope of my profession, who has provided therapy for autistic adults and children, particularly those that are at the first and second stage of autism, probably for the last 15 years, who actually worked at the paraprofessional level, which this fool, if he was working with autistic children, would be working with his lack of education, skill, knowledge. Because I've done that work en route to becoming at the professional level. It is despicable to hear a rotten individual that you see on this screen here, I may say, along with his 5K booty wife, claiming that somebody is trying to disparage his professional integrity. First of all, in order for you to have some type of professional integrity, you have to be operating at the professional level when clearly you're nothing but a direct care worker. And that's nothing to be ashamed about. But the bottom line is that you are not you're not a person that's qualified to work at the professional level of autism. You're not part of the treatment team, Taz. I hate to break it to you. You're not part of the interdisciplinary treatment team like D. Durrell. See, when D. Durrell enter into the room with my credentials and knowledge and skill, people listen. People pay $200 to $300 an hour to hear D. Durrell speak, and they follow the recommendations of D. Durrell, whether it's my clinical observations and assessment and evaluation, my diagnoses, and so on. You know what we do to Negroes that in this screen? We write in the treatment plan, we need this Negro to monitor this child in the home setting, whether it's in the school setting or whatever, and that is difficult work. I am not trying to minimize by no means the work of a direct care person. But by no means are you on the same lane as D. Durrell. By no means are you don't even belong in the same room with me. By no means. You're the help, Taz. You are the help. You are the help. So when you have a fake autism professional claiming somebody's trying to hurt my name, what name do you have, Shannon Allen? And so what I'm going to do is illustrate to you how this person is going around claiming he's a professional when he's not. There are certain credentials that I don't even have in this actual specialty of dealing with autism kids. I don't have an applied behavioral analysis license or certification. The state of Texas does have one. However, because I have a license as a professional counselor, I can work in capacities with these kids, and I also can provide direct therapy with these children or adults if they are at a high enough cognitive functional level, or they are verbal enough. I have implemented behavioral interventions and treatment plans. I worked for 2 years. The last time that I worked directly with a autism related population or an autism program was with the state actually about 5 years ago. I worked and I consulted and had a contract with a home health agency in which I was going into the home and I went to the schools with several kids who had autism. Of the 3, 2 of them were nonverbal and 1 was verbal to a certain extent. That was some of the most difficult work that I ever did in my life, because you had to spend a great deal of hours with them as far as your clinical observation and interventions with them as far as implementing behavioral therapy to assist them in functioning and the different play-related activities that were involved. This is what a professional does, Taz. What you're responsible for was if the kid needed some toys, you went and got him some toys. If a kid was biting or being violent, which some autistic children and other illnesses and other different mental health conditions, they do exhibit those types of behaviors. You would get in the way to make sure the child's own safety, whether they were hurting themselves or trying to hurt somebody else. That's where you come in. Taz, you are a glorified goon. You are not a professional. So people want to know, well, D. Darrell, why are you saying this about a direct support professional? He's still support. He's not carrying out the professional level work. It's a glorified title that has no meaning. And I will prove that to you. I want you all to listen to this before I move further, and then I will give reference to why I'm doing this. So this Negro tried to come at a particular person. He wants to go live. He wants to talk shit. See, this is what happens when you have fakers and these Negroes that are con artists on YouTube. And this is why these YouTubers don't like me, because D. Darrell is bona fide and he the real thing. And I identify fake phonies, particularly when it comes to my profession. But I want you to listen to this fool and what he professes.
We call pedo shit out. If it sound fucked up, it sound fucked up. Now, again, when somebody dragging your son and I don't even know it, how the fuck do you put me in it? Because if somebody would have said something about a child, that'd be different. You know, something to do with the topic. Taz don't get in men's back and forth as they sit there and throw bombs at each other on a panel. And now you trying to triangulate yourself into it, because bitch, I didn't know this shit was about you. When Daryl and E Black was arguing, I'm sorry, you irrelevant, nobody ass bitch. Taz didn't know that shit was about you. Them shots they throwing at each other, how the fuck would I know they talking about you? Bitch, hey, you're not relevant.
Wow. So this is your direct support professional? Would you trust this man with your child?
To me, I just saw the motherfucking video of you in the middle of that shit a year ago, though. So you've been orchestrating these different fights between me and at least for a year, and now you're trying to put me in the middle of a fight. Oh, no, I ain't going, fam. I ain't going. A woman with a special needs child should understand that protecting children from pedos is paramount. Some of these children are nonverbal, right? People like myself that have actually worked with them understand all of this. So why in the fuck would you come for me, playing with me, when all I'm talking about is niggas that's talking about 12-year-olds? Bitch, if you speak up for autistic children, how the fuck do you find yourself going against me? I do too. I always have. I was doing it before you gave birth to one, bitch. How fucking dare you? You trying to smear my professional name? For real?
Did you hear that, guys? Did you hear this? His professional name. What professional name do you have, Shannon Allen? Let's go back on this. What professional name are you saying? What are you referencing?
Self into it, because bitch, I didn't know this shit was about you. When Daryl and E Black was arguing, I'm sorry, you irrelevant, nobody ass bitch. Taz didn't know that shit was about you. Them shots they throwing at each other, how the fuck would I know they talking about you? Bitch, hey, you're not relevant to me. I just saw the motherfucking video of you in the middle of that shit a year ago, though. So you've been orchestrating these different fights between me and at least for a year, and now you're trying to put me in the middle of they fight. Oh no, I ain't going, fam. I ain't going. A woman with a special needs child should understand that protecting children from pedos is paramount. Some of these children are nonverbal, right? People like myself that have actually worked with them understand all of this. So why in the fuck would you come for me playing with me when all I'm talking about is niggas that's talking about 12-year-olds? Bitch, if you speak up for autistic children, how the fuck do you find yourself going against me? I do too. I always have. I was doing it before you gave birth to one, bitch. How fucking dare you?
Wow. Listen to your direct. This is your direct support specialist, autistic provider. Oh my God. This is how you talk to the mother of a child who has autism? A child who is nonverbal? But you're working with autistic children, and you lack any type of empathy for someone with a child with special needs. And I'm going to be honest with you. Working with children, particularly those that have stage 3 or stage 4 level autism, is some of the most difficult work that I have ever done in my life. And I'm the professional. And I work with kids with all type of intellectual, even though autism is not an intellectual deficit, it's actually it's more of a neurological, a neurodevelopmental disorder, actually. And it can be progressively get worse through time. It's not easy work. It's not easy. The parents need continuing education. Everybody in that child's environment needs some level of education to understand the functioning of these types of children. But this is your autism direct service professional, quote unquote, Shannon Allen.
You trying to smear my professional name? For real? And men are going to watch you do it and not say shit. But niggas ain't going to come on here and tell you like I will, bitch, you from the beef sector. You done seen plenty kids get drugged, bitch. You done seen plenty kids get drugged. You done participated in it yourself. You ain't never came for none of them. Scary ass bitch.
Now, if you're the mother, father of an autistic child, this is who you're going to trust to provide behavioral observation. And I'm going to be honest with you, when you're working with autistic children, you have to spend a great deal of time with them. Like, when you're spending time with an autistic child, you're spending at least 3 to 4 hours with that child, depending on how much the level that child is at and what the state funding is. Depending on because some of these kids, because of that, some of these kids are not able to do the average, their milestones are behind. And they need assistance with using the restroom, bathing, eating. They engage in they get easily fixated on a routine. Some of them can get violent, not all. Most of them are not, but you have some that will scratch and bite. I suffered a few little scars here and there. But this who you trust, let's say an autistic kid Imagine an autistic child bit Taz. How do you think a man with this temperament will respond to a child biting and scratching the hell out of him? Would you trust a man like this to be composed and not curse this child out and call him everything but a child of God? Would you trust a man like this to use preventive measures of aggressive behavior or any other type of non-aggressive behavioral intervention to distress the situation? This is the professional, his professional name, Shannon Allen. Who would trust this Negro with their child? I would not hire this Negro to do any work for me. And by the way, Taz, I do have positions that are available. If you like, you can go online and you can find it. We're starting off at $15 an hour. It's not paying no more than with the direct care staff job that you had. That actually starts off at $13.50 in the state of Illinois. So if you'd like to apply to work for my company, I'd be more than happy to give you a job because I know you're starving and you need money. But this is what the professional claimed. He claims he's a professional. This is laughable how people come up here with fake credentials, no credentials at that, but claim that they are professionals at every goddamn thing. Shout out to Robbie, privilege. I have never dragged any children and I never been scary. This man is mad because he failed as a man to stand up for his child. I am relevant enough for him and his wife to clout chase off of. Facts, facts, and more facts. Facts. Appreciate the $10 super chat. And also, guys, if you like, you can also send a cash app to $Darrell77. This is the facts. I almost threw up listening to this man talk about being a professional and slandering his non-professional name. But listen to this as his spiritual wife decides to come into the forefront of this.
Go back and forth with no beef sector reject ass bitch. You want to do some beef sector shit, go back over there and get your ass drugged by them. They waiting on you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like some of this is foul. So like in terms of how women view it, I'm not trying to make my supporters feel like I'm just coming for women. But this woman smearing my name, and now this is like the sixth time. This is the sixth. More women have smeared my name.
This woman has smeared your name. Shannon, what name do you have? You have no name, Shannon Allen. You're Taz the Naker.
Well, I've done more content about men. Can you help me establish that point? Because I'm done.
Now, you're about to hear Snoopy, aka Nicole. Nala says, Snoopy is getting ready to talk. Please brace yourself.
I'm playing, babe.
Okay, so yeah, I get it, and I support you. Okay, because here's the thing. Like in case y'all don't understand the whole thing, like he said, this is woman number 6. Taz ain't never did nothing to her. He's never and honestly, I'm surprised it took him this long. I feel like he's given her a lot of grace because she started a while back. But this is what I have observed, and this is why I can't even trip on the manosphere like I used to, because I get it now. These women really do exist. She literally is exactly what the problem is. And if you have any men in your circle or around you that are respectable men, just really think about it. This man, this is his profession. This is his professional name. This is what he
The professional name. This shit is hilarious. What the fuck are you talking about, Snoopy? With the 5K booty? What is Snoopy with the 5K booty talking about? I don't know what the fuck is Nicole talking about. Professional name. Nigga, you not a professional, you the help. And by all means, I'm not minimizing the help, but you're just the help, Taz. You're cooking the food, you're washing the clothes for the autistic child. You're making sure that his play area is good to go. Robbie said, why her teeth don't fit her mouth? Because that's Snoopy. She got a dog mouth. This is what Snoopy is saying.
He did for years. This is what he was respected for in the community. This is what he was given awards for. This is like Taz has literally saved a life in that profession.
Oh, whoa! What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Now, I'm not going to say he didn't save a life because kids like that have other types of illnesses. They have seizures. They're prone to have seizures and asthma attacks and things like that. And Taz probably did, stop a child from running in the road or doing something in a crisis situation. I'm not going to say he didn't. But miss me with the awards and all this other shit. Stop it. Stop it, Snoopy. Quit lying. Show some goddamn receipts. Because D. Durrell show his receipts. One thing you will always know, when D. Durrell talk, you see the receipts each and every time I get on live. Matter of fact, you know the receipts because your bitch asses work for what's called an AFW, in which they paid you to show the fucking receipts. In case you listening, bitch ass nigga, and your Snoopy looking ass wife, nigga, you may have said Taz ain't never did this woman nothing. But Taz can fuck with me 100-fold, and I'm within my right to talk about both of your asses. Take that shit. Now let's continue.
Right? So she saw that when, she was doing that bullshit, that he, volunteers at the Special Olympics. This is what he does, not to get paid for it, but volunteering to help with these people.
He a motherfucking lie. Ain't no goddamn way. Taz broke ass between doing 8 hours of YouTube a day and getting into bullshit. His offline shenanigans. And claim he has a real job. What fucking time do you got to go working with autistic kids for free when you can't even afford to even get your wife the proper fucking wig, that heavy ass wig? But it is fucking cringing to see when Nala go live. It seems like that fucking heavy ass wig on her head about to fucking make her smother or some shit. What the hell you talking about? He got you on YouTube looking like a goddamn fool. You need to go get it. If he volunteering, he should be trying to get you some money. Make some more money so you can get you a better wig, baby. What are you talking about? You look tired and sleepy. Like you ain't getting no sleep because you on a fucking... You ain't getting no sleep because you're probably sleeping on a goddamn floor mattress, air mattress or some shit. But he want to donate time to autistic children and organizations. The fuck out of here. I'm gonna let Snoopy rock.
I would, if someone was getting on my nerves, I'm being old school, would use the R word against a person who I just thought was just acting crazy. He would check me over it. He removed that from my vocabulary. And y'all know Gen X, that was a word that we used that, we've learned that we couldn't, but he didn't even allow that. People have gotten checked on his panel for using that word, right? So she sees that he was working with the Special Olympics. So she took it upon her dusty ass to go on social media, tag him, tagging the Special Olympics, autism awareness, groups that this man has supported professionally to try and smear him. Why though?
This professional shit. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You throwing this word. Taz is not a professional in that arena. He's a paraprofessional. What are you talking about? This shit is hilarious. And listen, that is part of the treatment. They have their use, but the use is based on education, experience, skill level, and training. I'm the professional. Not Taz. This shit is ridiculous. But let's continue. Let me continue with Snoopy.
For attention, because I believe she's using her son as a weapon. I believe that this is fake morality that she is displaying. And I'll tell you why. When we were sitting on that platform and we were watching Taz go back and forth, there were men holding men accountable for pedophilia. Men holding men accountable. So just really visualize and think about what I'm saying. She super chats that this is false outrage and hypocrisy because nobody protected her son. Now, everybody that I know, and especially Taz, is against harming children, period, but definitely against demoralizing or dehumanizing children with special needs, right? That was not the topic. But she changed the topic, intervened from men checking a man over pedophilia to bring up her personal beef. Now, again,
that is not true. She is totally lying and saying things that are not consistent with what really happened. I will show the receipts. I don't know what video she was watching, but that's not the truth. That is not the truth. These people are fucking habitual liars. I'm going to play a little bit more and I'm going to move forward.
It's wrong to do that. We don't support Daryl saying anything like that, or anybody for that matter, right? But you cannot put that on the same scale with pedophilia in the moment when the conversation is happening and the accountability is happening on that topic. So she came in to diminish and basically protect the man who was getting drilled about and being held accountable for his statements. She wanted the heat to be off of him, and she wanted people to talk about her child and how she felt like the child was unprotected and all of this stuff, right? So then she takes it a step further. Y'all see she tried to get that man's channel took down and all this kind of stuff. And even listening to what was said.
You mean just like you tried to get other people's channels taken down too? Like you tried to get Reg the Bad Guy channel taken down? Like you tried to destroy the Honest Truth channel? Like your channel got fucking taken down, then you're going to use one of Taz's old channels? You want to talk about that? Just you want to speak on everybody else? Is that what you're talking about, Snoopy? Huh, Snoopy? I know you're listening. You want me to get you a doggy snack? Because I know you ain't got shit else to do before you go live tonight with that heavy-ass curly wig on your head. Huh, Snoopy? The goal of these motherfuckers, man. But let me show you something else. Since everybody want to speak on shit, I want to show y'all something. Since they want to talk about shit. I want you all to pay attention to this.
Wipe it down. Wipe it down. Wipe it down. Wipe it down. Wipe it down.
Daddy Bob, who we're reacting to. Daryl, you have Daddy. Let's talk about
Now, not only
it's so easy, you can do it. All you gotta do is put your back into it. Swing your arms left and right, like you trying to start up a fight. I can't mess around with them squares, you know I gotta keep my circle tight. Make that money flip 10 times. Fake it, Tuesday, switch side.
Homie, I'm lit.
And for those that want to hear that a little better, you can go check it out yourself. If you didn't really understand it because it was a bit loud with the music, and it states, and the truth will set you free at Taz Exclusive. We giving receipts. This is the bullshit this nigga be involved in. But want to talk shit about people. Nigga, sit your monkey ass down, you and your 5K booty ass wife. The fuck wrong with y'all? Niggas. Now, let's talk about what a goddamn professional, a mental health or behavioral professional, behavioral specialist or behavioral or an ABA therapist. What are the real qualifications for people in that field? Let D. Darrell show you. And I can tell you which one is I'll be qualified in. You see, this is relatable to the state of Illinois. Okay? I never practiced in that state, although I've had a few clients that I have provided therapy for in that particular state. As you can see here, let me take my thing off of here. Let me take my email address off of here too. Again, guys, if you want to donate, Cash App Darrell77. You can go to Indeed. Okay. Paraprofessionals with student transport. This is a place called Mentor Educational Group. If you are working as a special educational teacher in Chicago, Illinois, you can work for this center and make $55,000 a year. I don't know how much $55,000 gets you in the city of Chicago. I don't think that much, but that goes without saying. That's if you're starting off to work with these type of children. Okay, with this population, you basically support, develop, and grow a team of 15 to 20 adults with autism, servicing 4 to 6 core clients. We have developed proprietary methods and tools that enable our team to function. And it goes on and on. Okay? This has been a teacher. Okay? You have to have a bachelor's degree. Then if you want to be a director pays $110,000 a year. To be a director, you have to have a minimum of a master's degree. Also, because of kids, this is all the treatment-related services that a kid with autism or an adult would experience because of their needs, all based on functional level. A lot of kids with autism, particularly those that are nonverbal or they have minimal level of verbal expression, they are going to see a speech or language pathologist. Okay? Taz is not a speech pathologist. Now, this is what Taz actually can do. With the minimum of a high school diploma, if he has that, or a GED. This is a company called Progressive Behavioral Solutions, which provides one-on-one behavioral therapy, applied behavioral analysis for children and adults. It pays between $18 to $23 an hour. It's a part-time position Monday through Friday. You're working as a behavioral tech. I hire behavioral techs. Listen to this. Listen to this. These are the benefits, the job description. This is what Taz can actually do. If you're looking for a position where you can constantly be learning while benefiting the lives of others with Progressive Behavioral Solutions, LLC, this could be the place for you. What PBS offers: RBT training and comprehensive ongoing training, reimbursement of the RBT exam and the registered behavioral tech certification, opportunity to grow in the field of applied behavioral analysis. This is what Taz can actually do if he has a minimum of a high school diploma or equivalency. Job description. This is what your quote unquote professional is actually qualified to engage in. Provide direct care to clients on a one-on-one or a group of ABA therapy setting to implement skill acquisition and behavioral reduction treatment under the supervision of a board-certified behavioral analysis, BCBA. It's a certification. Collect and record data of the behavior. All you're basically doing is every 15 to 30 minutes, every block, you're recording where that child is, what are they doing, whether they're compliant, incompliant, are they doing anything at risk to hurting themselves or somebody else? Are they functioning in the environment? That's what you'll be doing, Taz. The person that's the professional is the board certified behavioral analysis, certified behavioral analyst, not you. You're not the professional, son. Collaborate, communicate, and assist with the training of clients, parents, and staff. Basically, what you're doing, you're interacting with the behavioral therapist, with the parents and the staff to make them aware of all whereabouts and the condition and the behavior of the children in the therapeutic milieu, which is the environment and treatment. Participate in daily communication with parents regarding a child's progressive progress and behavior. I just stated that. Provide a safe and supportive environment for clients and family. Exactly. That's what you're doing, Taz. Let's look at the requirements of what Taz is actually qualified to do. Professional. You must be 18 years of age. You must possess a high school diploma or equivalent, which I just stated. You must complete 40 hours of an online behavioral technician course within 2 months of employment. You must pass a background. Now, this is what I want to highlight here. How in the fuck did Taz pass a background clearance and sign a criminal record statement to work with these children? Now, I have educators and teachers in this goddamn chat right now. And I got mental health professionals potentially in here. How in the fuck a man that got several fucking felonies sold alcohol to underage children, beat the shit out of a bunch of white women, been called for domestic violence like 14 fucking times. How is a man with this record passing a background clearance? Oh, I'm gonna cook your ass tonight, Negro. Please let me know. Please. How did he pass the clearance? Must have reliable transportation, must possess and be able to obtain CPR first aid within the first 2 weeks. It must be COVID vaccinated and receive boosters. Now, this is what they prefer. Now, this is the minimum. This is the minimum, Taz, Shannon Allen. But this is what they actually really fucking prefer hiring. They prefer hiring people who have a college, who have taken college courses in behavioral analysis, psychology, early childhood education, special education, prior experience implementing behavioral programs and managing crisis behavior, current professional crisis management certifications, previous experience with crisis management, prior experience working with people with developmental disabilities. I have stated that earlier. D. Darrell know what the hell I'm talking about because I am at the professional level implementing this shit. I have hired people. I hire behavioral technicians. The state of Texas does not, even though we do have a registered program, it's not a requirement in our state to have people registered as a behavioral tech, although you can obtain one. But this is what Taz is actually, this is the only thing Taz is qualified to do. So I'm trying to figure out, Snoopy. Snoopy, please let me know. Why do you feel that your spiritual husband is qualified to do the shit that the Godfather, D. Darrell Spears, Black YouTube therapist, is able to do? And I'm even limited to a certain extent because I am not even certified as a board certified behavioral analysis. I'm sorry, a behavioral analyst. I'm not. There are certain things I am not able to do because that's not my primary focus of treatment. Now I have the qualifications to seek that credential if I chose to, and I have the experience. A licensed psychologist. They're looking for social workers with an MSW like Rev G, like bitch ass Rev G got an MSW, an LCSW like Samba Queen. This is what they're paying for these specialists. They're paying about $55 an hour for a contract. I'm going to show you the difference, what the job description is. We're looking for part-time licensed professional care professionals who is willing to assist in creating a positive and informative, compassionate environment. The ideal candidate is someone who shares the same vision, requires a master's degree in social work and professional license in good standing in the state of Illinois. Clinical experience for our new therapist is needed, or in need of supervisory hours are welcome. You got to have a master's degree. They basically are looking for a clinical social worker, an LCSW. Sorry, Rev G, you wouldn't qualify for this because you're not licensed. This is what I would be qualified in. I could actually be qualified for the other position I just listed too, but they specifically wanted social workers. Mental health counselor. I could get paid anywhere between $61 to $100 an hour. And you know, the Godfather looking for $100 an hour because I'm at the top of the game. So I don't get the low end, I get the high end. Responsibilities. Conduct therapy sessions with clients to address mental health concerns. Develop and implement treatment plans. Has a familiarity with assessment of anxiety disorders, ADHD, mood disorders, experience with OCD, trauma-related issues. Maintain accuracy with medical documentation. Utilize evidence-based practices such as cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectic behavioral therapy, exposure response prevention, ACT to guide therapeutic intervention, implement behavioral management strategies, stuff that I've talked about earlier. Ability to coordinate. Listen to this. This is what I talked about. Ability to coordinate care and external providers such as doctors, psychiatrists, etc., and to collaborate and provide the best standards of care. Negro, Taz, you're not involved in that, brother. Taz, you're not D. Durrell. But see, D. Durrell go even further. Fuck working for anybody. D. Durrell wants a contract. You're going to offer me a contract, and I'm going to provide the professionals, including myself, to do the work. So you're going to pay me top dollar. And we can come up with a fixed rate, and we can do business. See, that's the level that D. Durrell works on, in case you didn't know. D. Durrell don't work for wages. D. Durrell work for profit. So how are you a professional? You're the professional at what? What are you a professional at? What are you trained to do? Shannon Allen, I'm doing this for a reason. It's to provide some level of education to the fraudness, like people like him, Priscilla Carr. Now everybody saw her on Channel 2 News in Houston, and they think she damn near about to go mainstream when she lied about the fucking book and what the book says on Channel 2 News, local news. These Negroes on YouTube are frauds. Just like Shannon Allen, aka Taz Exclusives. But you ain't getting away with that shit with the Godfather. Black YouTube therapist D. Durrell ain't letting you get away with this, Negro. Because I be damned how a person of your ilk could ever pass a background check to treat any type of child with developmental illnesses. This is ridiculous. But this is what D. Durrell got to deal with. These liars, fakers, scammers. I also want to make this point before I go into some other things. Because this is what professionals do. This is what D. Durrell is actually qualified to pursue if I chose to. Earning a master's degree and acquiring it to get a BC, a board certified behavioral analyst certification. Despite the lack of licensing requirements for BCBA, credentialing remains important to behavioral analysts in the state of Illinois. Most employers hiring ABAs are required to have a BCBA or strongly prefer candidates who hold one. You have to have a master's degree in order to be recognized. An acceptable graduate degree with an accredited university that has coursework in behavioral analysis. I have that. Define a period of supervised practical experience. I don't have that because my situation with that was not supervised. Passing the BCA exam. I don't have that. But next, an acceptable graduate degree from an accredited college, a full-time faculty teaching behavioral analysis, passing the BAC. These are all the things for the state of Illinois. The state of Texas have things that are different. An acceptable doctoral degree conferred at least 10 years ago, 10 years of practical experience, passing the BCBA. Okay? These things I could easily get. Passing the exam and getting supervised experience, which is about, I want to say it's about 3,000 in the state of Texas. That's nothing to do if I choose to go that route. But that's not D. Durrell's calling. But how the hell Task Exclusives wants to put himself at a level of D. Durrell? Are you losing your fucking mind, Shannon Allen? I am greatly offended by this numbskull coming on YouTube propagating as if he is at that level. Lying to everybody and miseducating him and his wife, conning people to think Taz doing great work and professional work with autism children. But I did this for a reason. So people can understand the lies that these people come online saying, the misrepresentation of the mother of an autism child, and also the blatant misrepresentation of himself as a direct care worker for autistic populations. I want us to understand, when you're looking at the autism spectrum disorder, we're talking about behaviors that include deficits with social communication, social interaction, has a history of exhibiting this over time, in which they may show deficits within their reaction to things, ranging from abnormal, the way they approach things, the way they perceive, conversing, sharing interests, emotions. They're on and on affect. We're talking about deficits in their verbal communication, deficits in maintaining and understanding relationships, emotional range, restrictive, repetitive behaviors, interests, stereotypical movements. These things are happening in conjunction with one another. We are observing the lack of communication and social interaction running parallel with one another as it involves the interaction with oneself and other people. This is what autism spectrum disorder, they changed autism. It used to be, they combined Asperger's, which is basically more like stage 1 autism. Highly functional people that have similar behaviors as autism. Now, when the criteria of autism, it was more confined to the awkward body positions and behaviors that one would engage in distress in social situations, that kind of made it somewhat different from autism, but it was 90% the same. They decided to combine it together and make it the autism spectrum disorder and combine it as one because the overall behaviors were almost nearly identical. But you're the professional. You're the professional. There are autism screenings, such as the CAST, the Childhood Autism Spectrum Test, the CAS. Also, the leading autism assessments, the ABLLS. Now, I'm going to be honest. I have engaged in the autism screening, the CAST. I've done the Childhood Autism Spectrum Test before, not many times. I've done these things with the supervision of a psychologist. The testing aspect of diagnosing a child with autism, I have very limited experience with that. I understand the scope of what I can and cannot do. Those things that I have done, I will speak in detail about that. Those that I don't, I'll give you as much information as I can, but I will not profess to be a professional or an expert in a skill or an area that I'm not. By no means am I going to compromise my licensure to claim I have skills and training in things that I don't. Because my skills and training and education speaks for itself, whereas it's not even necessary to do that. But you're the professional, Shannon Allen. We also must understand the close relativeness, the differential diagnoses that are associated with people who have autism, meaning there are certain other illnesses, or not, let's say illnesses, but other mental health conditions that are associated that kind of have similar things, similar outcomes or observable behaviors as autism, such as ADHD and ADD, schizophrenia, OCD. These are some of the things that we're talking about. Also, intellectual deficit disorders. These are some of the differential diagnoses. And let's also understand, a person with autism, many of these people don't just have autism alone. Many of these people many persons who have autism also have other mental health disorders that run in conjunction with autism. Because autism is a developmental condition. Other mental health disorders can be a product of a trauma related to your experience or your environment. Cassandra Brown said, Darrell, so your specialty is psychotherapy. Psychotherapy is one of my specialties. My overall specialty is under the realm of mental health itself. Meaning that within the DSM, when it comes to certain illnesses and syndromes, such as depression, affect disorders, behavioral disorders, things such as intellectual deficit disorders, learning disabilities, psychotic disorders, personality disorders, stress-related disorders such as PTSD, phobias. Within the realm of mental health, that is my specialty. Now, there are certain areas where I treat and I don't treat. Psychotherapy is an aspect of that because the psychotherapy itself is the direct implementation of psychological counseling related interventions to produce some level of behavioral change or to allow one to improve over time from the condition that they are in, to a higher level of functioning. I don't think Taz can give you that. But D. Darrell can. I understand applied behavioral analysis, although I've actually not been under the supervision and certified to do so. I understand the capabilities and the tenets and the process of it. But applied behavioral analysis is an aspect of behavioral therapy or behavioral analysis, which is very similar. And I provide behavioral therapy to children all the time. So before we try to villainize the mother of an autistic child, I would ask you, Mr. Shannon Allen, aka the professional, to quit lying and deceiving everybody. You have no name, you have no profession, you have no training, you have no education, you have no money. All you have is a bitch ass YouTube channel talking shit, and you're teaching fucking Google related articles and information without any type of real research at a college library or association with any type of intellectual or educational organization or society. You spend your time on Google finding information that was created by people who actually have real education, who are real historians and researchers. I know it hurts that you're not on my level. I know it hurts to hear me tell you this, Taz, and I know that you're listening because you don't have shit else to do. But you're not a professional in this area. You're just a Negro who's sitting outside waiting on people to tell you what to do. It's people like me who come up with the treatment plans. It's people like me who comes up with the course of action to take, the implementation of these things, and we go to you telling you what you have to do, and we tell you how much time. We reread your documentation notes of what that child is doing and how they're progressing. You are needed, but you're not a professional. Now I'm going to send the link up. Anybody want to come up? You're free to do so. If anybody has anything to say about what I'm stating about this fake professional and Snoopy, please let me know. Please let me know. I'll be glad to interact with you about whatever you like. But because I am a professional and a gatekeeper of my industry, by default, I will not allow fraudulent, fake Negroes coming on YouTube professing to be things that they're not. I will not allow people to ruin the credibility of my industry. You took one little CEU course, now you think you're a professional. You volunteered for some type of organization in that state, now you think you're a professional. Stop it. Know your place and shut the hell up. This is facts. So I sent the link out. Anybody want to come up, you're more than happy to do so. I had to do it because it needed to be done. Because these Negroes they get caught up in shit, start saying things, talking shit about other people. I always have a criticism for everybody, but don't understand that they should be criticizing themselves for the lack of whatever they got going on in life. You're running ragged. You don't even have a formal fucking address. You then ran out of Illinois. Now you're in Nevada. I dropped location for you when you were in Dallas, and I dropped location for you when I was in Las Vegas, and you didn't show up. So stop. You're in no position to talk about anybody. And my heart goes out to families with autistic children because that can be almost like a 24-hour job. And I would definitely encourage those that cannot handle it to seek help. There are plenty of programs that your child could qualify for to give you help. Because monitoring an autistic child is like a full-time. What's up, the Faith Factor?
What's up, D Darrell? I was down there listening. I'm here to support you, brother. I'm not here to jump into anybody's beef because I didn't hear any of Taz's stream. And you know how I am. I
Right.
don't want to be you know jump into something and I don't know what I'm talking about. But did he say that he was actually a professional?
I can show you. Let me go back. I'm gonna let you hear it. I'm gonna let you hear it for yourself. I want you to listen to this. Hold on. Let me play it so you can hear it for yourself. I didn't say this. He said this. Hold on 1 second. Yeah. All right. Listen closely.
Trying to triangulate yourself into it, because bitch, I didn't know this shit was about you. When Daryl and E Black was arguing, I'm sorry, you irrelevant, nobody asked shit. Dad didn't know that shit was about you. Them shots they throwing at each other, how the fuck did I know they talking about you? Bitch, you're not relevant to me. I just saw a motherfucking video of you in the middle of that shit a year ago, though. So you've been orchestrating these different fights between me and at least for a year, and now you're trying to put me in the middle of a fight. Oh no, I ain't going, fam. I ain't going. A woman with a special needs child should understand that protecting children from pedos is paramount. Some of these children are nonverbal, right? People like myself that have actually worked with them understand all of this. So why in the fuck would you come for me, playing with me, when all I'm talking about is niggas that's talking about 12-year-olds? Bitch, if you speak up for autistic children, how the fuck do you find yourself going against me? I do too. I always have. I was doing it before you gave birth to one, bitch. How fucking dare you? You trying to smear my professional name?
You heard that? My professional name.
Okay. Oh,
and now he said, now I can play more if you like of him saying I'm a professional, but that's kind of where it started. But okay.
okay. His professional name as a DSP, because I didn't know what a DSP was. Because I was asking somebody in the chat room because my daughter is now 25, and long ago DSPs were considered they didn't call them DSPs during that time. They were called caregivers.
Yeah. Exactly. In the state of Louisiana where I grew up, they did the same thing. They changed the name through state law, and they like to, they kind of reformulate the name to make it sound more glorified. That happened, but the actual qualifications and activities are the same.
Yeah. And if he's talking about in his profession, as far as being a caregiver, and DSPs were later on given more of how can I say, a more impactful roles with
Right.
working with the children later on,
Through
because they
training.
started, yeah, through training and working directly with the professionals, the therapists, the
Exactly.
licensed professionals.
Yes.
So I mean, and they work directly under the licensed professionals to help implement treatment and care. So
Facts.
the DSPs did, they were very, because I my daughter, like I said, I worked with her caregiver because they were called caregivers at the time, so it's kind of foreign to me to say DSP.
Right.
But she had one all the way up until adulthood, I think, because they helped with the behavioral therapy and
Yes.
a lot of different things during with the treatment. So I'm not going to downplay the importance of them, because like I said, my daughter had one, and it was very, very helpful for
Yeah.
me. So I'm not
Exactly.
going to downplay the importance.
And that's what I said. I'm not trying to minimize what they're doing, but you're not a professional. You are actually, the correct term to use is a paraprofessional. Paraprofessionals
Yeah.
are considered someone who has that are doing certain levels of work without a college education.
Right, like a occupational therapist assistant. They don't have this licensing or the certification, and they don't really require any of that, except for maybe passing a few exams to become a licensed assistant. But they're not the professional. They work under the professional.
Yes, and that was and I know this, and I'm like, I've worked with autism. Look, in my path to becoming a professional, I worked and did a lot of different things, and I started in college working. I did direct care work with autistic kids since 1999. I worked with autistic kids since I worked for a center. I had 3 autistic children that I worked with, like 3, because you have to spend a lot of time as a direct worker working with autistic children, depending on their level. And all the kids I worked with were nonverbal. They all were nonverbal, and many of them needed a lot of assistance, a lot of different. It's just basic stuff with as far as going to the restroom, putting on their clothes, things of that sort. There's just a lot of, and you have to document every 15 minutes. I know the work that he was doing. So when he's saying this stuff, even when I was at that point, I never considered myself a professional at the level of a licensed or certified person, the psychiatrist, the psychologist, anybody, or the nursing, or anybody else that's in the treatment team. But he's coming along saying my profession and the profession, you smearing my professional name. And
Well, I will say this: even though they're not the quote unquote licensed therapists, the work that they do is very difficult.
yes, it is. And I agree with that.
And like I said, I really am thankful for my caregiver that was there to help me with my daughter, and the licensed therapist that was there, and everybody that was around. So I don't want to shit on nobody's occupation or whatever, because
You can't go around claiming to be something that you're not considered in the field.
yeah. Now if he's saying he's a professional, he's out of bounds.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second, Faith, because you're echoing. Give me 1 second.
Somebody need to change their smoke detector.
Me.
Faith, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, you're getting an echo. Can you come in and come back out?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, okay.
You sure that's not me, D. Durrell?
Nah, that's her. She was doing that before that.
Yes.
Oh,
And
you're
that's
echoing too.
Damn.
Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second. Let me reload.
What about now?
Nah, I just say your smoke detector.
Yeah, I'm renovating the house. So yeah, you're gonna hear that sucker.
Are you on your phone?
Yes, I am.
Can y'all
So
hear
you
me?
get the echo because you're on your phone.
Oh man, the echo is horrible.
Let me-
Can you hear me now, Robbie?
I can hear you, but
Okay, you good. Yeah, that's him on his phone. That's why.
yeah.
Okay,
okay,
what's up, Robbie?
Q, can you mute yourself, love, please?
yes,
Thank you.
yes, yes.
Thank you. I just want to say this real quick because I had not seen his footage that he put on his whatever. At the end of the day, my super chat read, indeed, Darrell, you saw it. You didn't have that outrage when you were sitting on the panel next to Daryl while he talked about a disabled black boy, and you said nothing. Like, that's just the fact. I don't have any emotions attached to it. I didn't say anything on his name. He then posted a post on his community tab and said, I don't know why people always want to try me, but I'm solidified out here. You could probably get that BS off on 99.9% of the men on YouTube, but not Taz. This ain't over. While he puts a screenshot of the video where he's sitting next to the dude that said, I'm gonna put on some retarded music and dance for your retarded baby. Now, next to that, he puts a picture of him helping out at the Special Olympics.
Hmm.
So I didn't know you helped out at the Special Olympics because, well, I'm not researching you because, in all actuality, we don't care.
Right?
Me, I actually work on the governmental level, the bureaucratic side of helping children with special needs, rewriting Medicaid and Medicare laws so that children ages 0 to 5 have better access to early intervention. The members on my channel have seen committee meetings that I sit on, which means, I had to go and, get vetted by the government in order to sit on the governor's council. But I also work for the Centers for Disease Control, American Academy of Pediatrics, doing work as a parent advocate and advisory. Um, so professional name is you're saying that, oh, you're beef sector, you're scary, and like, what are you talking about, sir? That's you.
Right.
You
Right.
asked for a receipt. I provided a receipt. I even had messages with him in the DM. Thank you, Miss Thing. And I said, hey, listen, like, yeah, and then swipe right, wipe, wipe, wipe it down, wipe. I simply say you are calling for male accountability. There's nothing wrong with saying that you're wrong as a man or a woman. Oh, shoot, maybe I wasn't paying attention. I didn't hear him. My bad, especially when someone shows you that you, in fact, were sitting there. Like, the breakdown and the disconnect lets me know he's not very high functioning. Maybe he has some cognitive impairment. He may be on the spectrum. So I'm trying to give him and his wife Grace. I think they're a little bit delayed. They're neurodivergent potentially. So, uh there's that. For you to call me all outside of my name and
Right.
think that someone is requiring that you defend my child. No, I'm defending my child. And the reality is the chat in which I dropped the super chats, I dropped that super chat there because these men went on a smear campaign against Team Fatty. They brought up a conversation from November of 2022 as a way to try to vilify. Well, you guys are supporting him. You're supporting him. You supported him. He called out the hypocrisy of someone saying that my child is retarded. In fact, I did nothing to Daryl Long. And if you guys go to the original source video, they were having a conversation that I was not a party to on my birthday, while me and my child, my children, excuse me, we were at Benihana's eating dinner
I
on
was
my
there. Yeah, I
birthday.
was at Benny House yesterday.
Yes, on my
It's
birthday,
good.
while me and my kids at Benihana's, y'all on panels talking about my child. And him and his wife and Daryl have been running around trying to put a smear campaign. Well, nobody's calling her out. She's weaponizing her child. Anybody that's watched my channel at all knows that my son and his journey through, neurodivergence has been documented heavily on my page. People in these spaces that sit there and want to involve a child that is autistic, a child that is not verbal, a child that hasn't done anything to any of them, to try to weaponize him against me are utterly ridiculous and not really worth a whole bunch of energy, in my estimation. Now, the fact that these imbeciles keep saying that, oh, she's trying to weaponize her child. No, you're trying to weaponize my child. And it's famously not working. I'm irrelevant, yet you can't leave my name out of your dick suckers. You keep saying my name all day long, every day. I woke up this morning to multiple text messages, clips, and screenshots of him and Daryl Long talking about me ad nauseum on 2 accounts at the same time. Like, Daryl was live, they were on another panel live, and they talking about me. I mean, I know your wife is hideous, and she could
Yes,
never.
she is.
Yes, I know that y'all are in your feelings because y'all constantly grift on this platform. So the money situation that is currently being talked about involving me is a bit salacious to you, especially when I've donated $1,000 to Team Fatty. Sure. I mean, if I was y'all, I would talk about it too. I may not be relevant to you, but apparently my money is. Where I put my money is irrelevant to you, is relevant to you. Who's giving me money is relevant to you. And the fact that y'all don't got one, well, that's a problem. I mean, I've never had anybody from YouTube have to house me or my spouse or my children. I've never had to have anybody on YouTube say that, well, we didn't bathe and we stunk up their house and they had to hire professional cleaners to upholster their furniture. I'm just saying real quick. So when we're talking about irrelevancy, you've been on here for all of these years. And now you want to attack people's looks? Ma'am, close your mouth. Sir, take a bath. How about, y'all go outside in the sun, get some vitamin D so you can get your color back so your melanin can be popping. Invest into some Carmax so your lips can stop being ashy. Clean the boogers out of your nose. Clean the eye boogies out the corner of your eyes. Wipe the spittle down. Wipe it down. Wipe. Take a bath and do whatever it is you do. Like, I find it hilarious that I'm so irrelevant, yet they've done several videos and content on my name. Damn, I'm relevant enough that I'm getting y'all paid. Get paid, little bitch. Get paid. Get paid, little bitch. Get paid. I hope you're getting paid like I get paid. Hope you're making money like I get money. I wish that y'all would get out that Airbnb and get an actual stable residence. But, everybody can't be able. Shout out to everybody that has to live in the Airbnb and the Motel 6s. Yeah, I don't know. This is the last bit of commentary that I have for these fools, unless I just decide one day I wake up and I'm on one and I'm like, well, hell, it's gonna be, a dragathon day. Y'all know I'm good for it. Since I'm beef sector and all, whatever you guys want to say. At the end of the day, what we found out over these past couple weeks is people keep talking and I keep winning, and I let them talk.
Facts.
And the irrelevancy of it all is they gonna keep talking and I'm gonna keep winning. And thank you, D. Darrell, for what you said about neurodivergent children. They have sensory issues. It's just simply hard for them to get their intelligence out. But baby, when they get it out, oh shit now. See, my children, more likely than not, the way they're being raised and structured, will not be on social media acting a poor ass donkey trying to get a cash app nor a super chat. See, the way my children are raised up, they're gonna be just fine. But to these grown people that this is the way that they get their bread and butter and they have to eat, well, God bless it, I guess. Jesus. Shit.
Oh wow. I hear you, Robbie.
Yeah, like, and isn't he B sector? Because haven't they been doxing everybody?
Yes.
Haven't they been at war with everybody for the past couple of years?
Yes.
So yes, I'm scared. I'm scared of you and your wife. I'm terrified. I'm mortified. I'm petrified that you go and dox and find the same shit that everybody else doxed and find. oh, I'm scared, I'm terrified, I'm mortified, I'm petrified, that you gonna say shit that is recycle read. I'm scared, I'm mortified, I'm petrified. No, not really. I'm a content creator and I have content and shit to do.
Facts. Facts. Speak your piece. Speak.
I'm just so tired of these people on social media. Like, let me find another thing, another happy medium, so that you could see me. When I see you, when I see you. Yeah, we'll just do the lion right now. Do the lion for these people. Like, I would be so disappointed in my husband if I was that woman. Like, dude, just, admit you were there because you were, apologize and move on. No, no, no. She's not capable. Hey, eBlack TV. She's not capable of holding her husband to accountability. He's not capable of holding his wife to accountability. And this is the problem in the Black community. And then look at this Snoopy the poopy looking hooker. You over here talking about something. This is the woman that the manosphere talks about. Well, if I am the type of woman that the manosphere talks about, the people in the manosphere have had plenty of entanglements with me. And, they've all found out quite personally that my mouth is a problem. And so is my money. So yeah, at the end of the day, you trying to do a dog whistle to the manosphere, they're not getting involved in your tomfoolery and shenanigans. This is not their fight. But what her and him have done has been pocket watching jigaboos. Okay?
Facts.
Out here upset and mad. Just tell the truth. Do you need a donation? Are you standing in the need? Are you standing in the need of a blessing? See, if you just said, hey, Rob B, I'm kind of jealous because I watched you give all that money over there, and we kind of fucked up because you helped, I would probably say yes. See, I don't know what's wrong with people on these spaces. Damn, if you need help, just say, I need help. But y'all running around here trying to attack children, and that's another thing. How dare you, out of your raggedy, piss poor, mealy mouth, say that I have ever attacked a child? Pull the receipt where I have ever attacked a child. You'll be hard pressed to find one, love, because that's not how I get down. I don't have to go for children. There's so much better reads from you individuals by your pictures, by your backgrounds, by your lack of content, by your content delivery style, by your reactionarianism. Like, y'all are childish and pathetic. You ask for a receipt, I give you a receipt, and I tag you, so clearly I wasn't that scary. And I tagged everybody that needs to know. So where's the fear? I guess you ain't never seen a lion stalk through the pride. Apparently, I'm not scared of none of y'all, and all y'all talking mess on me. Keep talking, will you? I appreciate the promotion. Don't play with it, don't play with it, don't play with it. .com. I'm gonna be quiet.
Wow, you said a mouthful. So I mean, hey, this is the platform to say what you like. I give you you have the liberty to say whatever you feel you need to get out your chest. Because a lot been said about you, so why not respond? So that's how I feel about it.
Yes,
What's up?
wait, but because now we have everybody. You know what? I ain't even gonna address that.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Get it out. Get it out. Shit. Let it out.
And all you people worried about my money, my cash apps, my super chats, my donations, keyword. If y'all all feel however you feel about whatever you feel about it, stop saying your cash app while you're streaming. Turn off your super things and turn off your super chats. Because y'all don't need to take money from anybody because you don't know who's married, who's single. And since it's so immoral, it's morally bereft. And now I got to be a hoe, even though ain't nobody never got a piece of this caramel tail. Stop taking money from everybody. Challenge. From now until after Valentine's Day, after that February AdSense drop, nobody put your Cash App up. Everybody turn off your super chat. Just run the content off the ads. Let's see who make it. Do you think they'll make it, D. Darrell?
Hell no, they won't make it. They'll be home. They'll be homeless in a month.
Damn, you saying they out here hustling like back in the day? The dudes on the street just to get a pair of sneakers and something to eat.
They, like I said, they'll be homeless in a month. Shit, they'll be homeless in a month. That's all I'm gonna say about it. They would not make it. They'll lose their fucking mind. You know what I'm saying? The way they operate is so desperate. Only someone that desperate to eat would operate the way they operate.
Well, then if they're desperate, y'all go on ahead and go on over there. Everybody go over there and give them $1. Somebody tell me what the Cash App is, honey. Let me send them a couple dollars so they could go eat some dinner. Shit. Because the last time I had heard, and I mean, I could have heard wrong, but the rumor mill is saying that, somebody is a cuck because somebody slept with somebody else and they still together. Ooh.
Somebody slept. Somebody did what?
I heard that Snoopy had an affair, honey. I heard that Snoopy had an affair.
Oh, with Mr.
Don't say the name. Just don't even say the name.
Mr. Dogman, what do you call it? Dalmatians or German Shepherds? German Shepherd?
Yeah, something like that. Something like that.
Yeah.
He busted right open for a player. And then her husband licked the cat afterwards. I mean, that's what I heard. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Oh, don't say that.
What?
He was putting her man.
Stop it.
That's why I said I'm be quiet.
Hey. He was getting. I've been saying for months he was getting the sloppy seconds from Snoopy. So he was getting the German Shepherd sloppy seconds. So I just leave it at that.
I saw the text messages. So
yeah, I saw some of that too. I ain't see it all, but I saw some little situations. She was all scared when they were on a panel together. She thought something was about to pop off.
Oh my God, he's gonna find out. Nobody's supposed to know. How's everybody gonna know? Because you talk too much. Shut the fuck up.
Facts. Yeah, Snoopy was being naughty.
Yeah,
being naughty.
That's a 304, honey. A 304. Let me shut. Y'all better start knowing what things are, baby. Y'all better start knowing the correct and proper terminologies and labels, honey. Shit.
Right. What's up, Miss Thing?
Oh, hey, D. Darrell. Hey, Miss Robbie Privilege.
Hey, Miss Thing.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for all the work that you do. I didn't know that you worked on that level to advocate for children. That's amazing.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I don't brag on it. It's not nothing to brag on. It's just you do what you're supposed to. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't have kids. I don't even have the patience to have a healthy child. So how anybody could knock that or use that as a insult to somebody they have a special needs child, like it just shows that there's something wrong with the thinking and the mentality. That anybody that's just so cruel. And so I just wanted to speak about my experience with Taz real quick.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know that man. I had seen him on the internet once or twice before. I'm a school teacher, and I thought his little stick was kind of, for lack of a better term, no pun intended, like cute, that he was like this kind of like ghetto scholar. And I noticed that like his work didn't have citations or anything. It wasn't like serious academic work. But, I always just appreciate people trying to educate themselves, even if they're a little bit off. Do you know what I mean? So I didn't know a lot about him or his content. I don't go into the manosphere. I don't purposely seek out like diseased brain people to interact with. You know what I mean?
Right.
And those guys over there scare me with all their angry rhetoric. Like I don't like that type of man. I find that unsettling, that type of energy. But D Darrell, do you remember when this happened? Like I had saw him debating somebody, a PhD man.
Yeah, Jabari. Yeah, over there by Sinetta.
Jabari.
Yeah,
Right.
I did a video on that twice.
I remember that because I remember us talking about it. And like I said, I couldn't believe that he had tried to debate a man who was actually a real scholar.
Right.
And Taz had embarrassed himself so bad. I mean, it was a bloodbath. I haven't really seen a debate go that bad for somebody, but I think that normally somebody on Jabari's level wouldn't debate somebody like Taz.
No, they normally wouldn't, but because that's Sinetta TV, Jabari basically
Sinetta TV, that's what it was.
Yeah, because it's Sinetta TV, he because he's a participant, he basically does this all the time. Unfortunately,
well, and it's like you know, when you have a little bit of education, like I do, you know your limitations. Like what you were saying, I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in things I don't know, and it's a mark of like uneducated people that they try to pretend to be experts on everything. Because if Jabari invited me to debate, I'd be like, no, sir.
Right, especially in somewhere
like
that
fucking embarrass me, right?
Yeah, in his era, but this fool think because he read a couple of Google articles on Mark. They were actually debating about Marcus Garvey. And the fact of the matter, Jabari has done extensive research about Marcus Garvey.
Well, that's not the debate I saw. No, I remember what it was because I've only seen one. Because I don't frequent those YouTube streets. They were debating about what's a Black American.
Yeah, I know, but that was part of it.
Oh, that was part of it. Okay.
Yeah, they started. They did talk about what's a Black American, and what he tried to say is that Marcus Garvey, because Marcus Garvey was not a Black American because he's from the Caribbean, and then he tried to say all this stuff about what Marcus Garvey did in Africa, and they were he changed the whole complexity of the debate and took it out of context, and he made
and then he got angry.
Yeah, he got angry because Jabari steered him back in the right direction to expose that his lack of reading and education, and he got mad. And he's gonna start saying, "Don't, I ain't stupid. I know this."
Yeah,
no, you don't.
He embarrassed himself. Yeah, yes, he acted like a bum on the street. It was really embarrassing. Yeah,
he showed his true colors. That's what
he did. One time.
Go ahead.
One time in the past, him and I have gotten into words over the Black Panthers and their involvement into the WIC program, and he was like, "They didn't start the WIC program." Yeah,
they did start the WIC program. Start the WIC program.
Yeah.
That was dumb. I don't know why. What that is clearly the government took that model from the Black Panthers.
Everybody knows that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's kind of common knowledge. That's not erudite.
The government was embarrassed at the fact that Black Panthers were doing it, so they had to model it.
So exactly, but one part in the debate, and I should go back and watch it. If I can find the link, I'll put it on my wall. It was very entertaining because Jabari was trying to deal with like facts and evidence and trying to make operational definitions like, well, what before we can proceed with this conversation, let's define Blackness. And Taz said something, I can't remember what it was, but Jabari had pulled up a picture of a dark-skinned Indian, a person with like India from, red dot, not feather. With that has straight hair but dark skin, and he said, well, are you saying this is a Black American? And Taz didn't have an answer for it, and it went real emotional. I mean, he got extremely emotional. It was kind of unbelievable. And so now mind you, my little channel, I got like 200 subs, so I didn't even expect anybody to see. I'm just reacting like, yo, I had seen this Taz guy and I thought he was interesting in like this street scholar kind of way, but man, he got his ass kicked. And why would he even debate a doctor in his own field? Like most people, if a doctor like that agreed to debate you, we would take it as a compliment,
right?
That they would even entertain you and wouldn't even expect to win, but would go into it with a spirit of fair fight, and we could both learn something. Like, even if I can get 1 point across, that's a win, right? But he really expected to be a PhD in history on history.
Yeah, that was dumb.
It was so unbelievable to me, dude. Taz is still doing hate shows about me to this day.
Yeah, he did.
How dare you? How dare you, Black woman? The
Right,
black
dude, he
man
doxed
is
me. He said
God.
I got fired from my job. He claimed I attacked him. And I'm like, I don't even know you. I don't even know anything about you to like be angry at you or be out to get you. I just saw you get your ass kicked. And what's wrong with getting your ass kicked? So I guess I came up to contribute because you said something earlier. Like he's trying to say that you made the conversation about you, but no, they were having a conversation about accountability. And what is wrong with somebody saying you lost a fair fight? Like, what's wrong with that? Like, why can't you be wrong? What's wrong with you? And I wouldn't presume to give a man like that any advice. I'm not speaking to him. He is welcome to stay his angry, overly emotional, seemingly violent self. Like, I don't know how anybody could bear to be around somebody that gets that angry so often. I find that type of behavior frightening. I wasn't raised like that. You know what I mean? I
It's
don't. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
It's toxicity. People become accustomed to toxic behavior and a toxic mindset.
When it's like, I'm a woman. Why are you talking to me like that? What's wrong? We could disagree. You could be angry at me, but like, why do you sound so violently angry over something that really shouldn't be making you? It doesn't seem to me like this, me saying you got your ass kicked in a debate is anything to be angry about. Like, why are you mad right now?
Black
And why are
woman,
you
because
mad
you're
a
not
year
supposed
later?
to-
What's wrong with you?
Because you're not supposed to say nothing to that black king. You're supposed to let him be in all his wrongness. Don't you know Snoopy gonna fight for him? But you
But I
can't
mean,
fight
why is he going
Snoopy.
around trying to hold other men accountable when he can't even take somebody saying he lost a fight? I didn't even say like he's dumb or he's a bad person. Like I'm speaking about this isolated debate that he lost. And like I said, I don't even want to know him. I find men like that scary. I can't be around a man like that.
No, sister. No, sister. No. You're not even supposed to talk to them type of dudes. Like I'm like, no, seriously,
No,
like all
but I
jokes
wasn't
aside,
even talking to him. I mean, I feel you. It's not like I tried to go explain to him why he lost. I like for him to be as angry as he still is, like he wishing that I lost my job. He lying and saying I did lose my job, which I didn't. But like, why would that be? Why would you want me to lose my job because I said you lost a fight? Like, why are
because you're
you?
a black woman. Because you're not
I
anything.
find him frightening.
Listen to what I'm saying to you. Because this is the mentality of a segment of men on this space. Because you're a black woman, you ain't anything without a black man. So damn you if you have intelligence. Damn you if you have the wherewithal and the fortitude to defend yourself. You supposed to sit down. You supposed to shut up. You supposed to let them do everything they want to do. And you ain't supposed to say shit. Even though the community requires the black man and the black woman in order to have a black family, in order to raise these black children into black excellence. Your voice doesn't matter to that segment of them.
Girl, that's why I don't be in the manosphere. And a lot of times people would be trying to encourage me to go engage with them because I do like to have arguments, intelligent arguments. But I find those men who are angry at women like that and have that type of energy for women, like they literally frighten me. I can't. I don't. That type of energy makes me so uncomfortable. I'm not here to fight with men like that. Like they could just go deal with the type of women who could tolerate their company. I like men who make me feel safe. I can't with that.
Right.
No, you are a pick me and a mammy because you said that. How dare you?
What's up, Black?
What's going on? To be fair, on the flip side, I don't go to Cynthia G's style of like the Queen Maker.
Neither do I. She's just as crazy. I don't like any of those mentally unstable people getting together, circle jerking each other. All that shit. I don't. Yeah, I agree with you for the record.
I think for a moment in time there was a opportunity for both sides to kind of converge on a dialogue. Right now, I see everybody kind of going back to their bunkers and just bunkering in.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand your frustration because when I came into the situation, or when I say situation, I mean space. I came into the space on like male development. I have a history in black male development. Essentially, what ended up happening was everybody went back home.
Yeah.
And so I think people are trying to figure out where they can go, and toxicity is a universal form. Gender wars I would say the gender war is dead, but it's like Israel and Palestine right now. Don't ain't
Mhm.
nobody fix it until somebody come with a new solution.
Well, I think Google, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist, like I'm not that type of person, but I do think that Google is incentivizing like hate talk towards black men and black women. I think the algorithm likes it more than even if there's an audience for it, and I refuse to participate in that.
So
How
this is the
so?
thing.
How is Google incentivizing? Yeah.
Well, all of this social media is none of this is like a mistake or coincidental. So I don't think that they're like only targeting black people. I just think that the algorithm has decided that it likes angry black people yelling at each other.
No. I don't even think it's the
We're talking
algorithm.
about the
Black
audience.
people have decided that they like angry black people yelling at each other.
But dude, there's a lot of angry white men. There's a lot of angry white women. They drive them off of YouTube. Like a lot of them have had to go over to other platforms and stuff.
Well, Cynthia G has been driven off of YouTube. Tommy
Yeah,
Sotomayor has been.
finally. Yeah,
Well,
finally.
Tommy Sotomayor has
what
been
to
driven
kind
off
of counter
YouTube.
to that, I would
I
say a
agree.
person. If you guys know Chaotic Truth Channel, he's
Oh my God.
Yeah,
kind
he
of
was on
like
my
a
channel.
yeah.
I dealt with him.
Yeah, he's like a blend of that without gender wars. He kind of speaks towards just basically black and white relationships with each other. And what he's exposed is that there are a lot of white men who want to just basically say, you're ruining our community. There's a lot of black men who want to say, you're ruining our community. And he's exposing the fact that there are people who just want to do their angst against the black community. There is a market for angst against the black community.
Yeah.
You
But
know,
he almost is like a character, don't you think? Like I
yeah.
don't
I think he's fucking genius. In fact, I think he's fucking genius. You know, so but like I said, it's really about like if you look at a lot of these streams, who are they marketing to? What is their core audience? And
Their
you'll
core
find.
audience,
Yeah, go
their
ahead,
core
Ralph.
audience specifically is from 24 to 44-year-olds, African American in the United States, in the
Mhm.
southern states to be specific, because this what people do. People don't got no job.
Well,
They
I
don't got
think
no
they
job.
appeal
They don't
to
got no
mentally ill people too, though. Like Cynthia G, that was my problem with her. Was when I stopped watching her, because I was never a fan, but I would see her in the algorithm. But when she started doing all that content, trying to make it look like all white women are ugly or something, or only, and it's like, dude, come on, it's good looking white women fucking black men. Like, stop playing with me. Why are you even saying something so stupid? But it's like she taking advantage of the type of black women whose self-esteem is so low that they really want to sit there and pretend like it's no badass white women. So I think that their audience are miserable, mentally ill people.
But that's the thing. That's the thing about it. What I've learned in my 2 years of being on YouTube is that you're trying to invoke emotion.
Yeah.
Emotional conversations.
Yeah.
I always bring it back
Provocative.
to provocative. But I always say, bring it back to a conversation. Do you know that? Let me ask you this: how many people do you know have been hit by a person that doesn't have insurance, car insurance?
A lot of people.
But what if I was to tell you that 70 to 80% of people have car insurance?
I mean, I guess I would presume that the other 20% are really bad drivers.
But that's the thing. But the experience of being hit and not having, and the other person not having car insurance is so overwhelming that it makes it seem like the whole world is like that. And that's kind of what I think what I compare YouTube to is that you can take
they take the minority of things and try to make it seem like it's the majority.
Yes.
To me, one of the biggest strategies of that is when they take the mistakes or the toxicity of celebrities and make it appear like every black woman acting like Sexy Red. That shit is not true. Like, you know what I'm saying?
And indeed, Darrell, they don't even recognize that it's one Sexy Red in the world. Like the anomalous nature of celebrities or the rarity of celebrities. You cannot take a rarity and compare it to the group and generally apply it across the board. That's just
That's
true.
But I will say, go ahead, man.
No, I was just gonna say, I think the algorithm is targeting us though because we're unprotected. Like nobody could get on here and build a platform degrading Hispanic women, degrading white women, Jewish women, Muslims, but Black people is anything goes.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
that's why I don't think that there's like some conspiracy of people out to get us, but it's okay. Just like you would notice in the news when Black people like George Foreman get killed, they show it. It's no respect for a dead Black body, but they would never do that. You can't go on the internet and find video of white people dying. Right. So it's just our unprotected nature. Like that's why I don't want to participate in it because they wouldn't do this type of content. And you're right. They finally got rid of Tony Sotomayor after they made all the money they could. Same thing with Cynthia G. But it's just like they're going to let people get real close to that line and let it fester. And they just wouldn't do that for anybody else.
I also think it's an element of obscurity or lack of popularity. Like, so when you think of the largest YouTubers, you don't think of the Black Manosphere or the Manosphere as a whole, other than Fresh and Fit, right? And they got demonetized. And even just Pearly Things had a stint of demonetization too because of those talking points. I think these dudes are so obscure and there's such a small sector that it's almost like they're like fleas to YouTube. And they're like, it's not bothering me right now. It's just kind of buzzing over there in the corner. Like not really having any impact on any real life. But I think that if they start to implement more automated systems and evaluating content, then it could come to a point where a lot of the channels that perpetuate negatives for Black males and black females, that a lot of channels will start to get deleted or
I will say this. I think for Black males, the good part about this is that Black males did finally get a speaking voice. There's I mean, like I've been for my whole life considered a rare commodity, and I was like, you know what? I know a lot of Black men that work hard, try to provide for their family. We're doing just as well as the average Asian dude. We're doing just as well as the average white man, and that's the one byproduct that I can see that has benefited out of this kind of toxic space is that okay, Black men, we do have a space, we do have something to say, and we can back it up.
The problem is you got the Negroes that don't represent that; those are the loudest. And
I was just about to say, like is the voice the loudest ones?
Yeah, we're not the loudest voice, and that's the reason why I could not. I stopped going on Manosphere panels. And just start focusing on staying in my own area, is because a lot of these Negroes they'll rather listen to people that ain't been on a date in 10 years,
right?
But they know everything about a Black woman. Yeah. And everybody that's married, like Gabe married, I'm married. Yeah. Me and Gabe and we've been in spaces together. Me and Gabe been knowing each other for years. Yeah. And we would be, the married men would say one thing, and you got Negroes that ain't never had a date in 5 matter of fact, they still mad over the prom date. And they would argue us down.
Hold on. Who is this guy? Hold on. Who is this guy, Black Hawk? Hold on. Who is this guy, Black Hawk?
I was about to say he going at you. He said,
"Who is this guy?"
I have no idea.
Okay. Let me put it to you like this.
You know, for the angry man.
Yeah. Let me put it to you like this. When I entered into 2 years ago, I came from a Black male development space. Like I actually was in the schools teaching young Black kids, how to be men. That was my attraction to the space. Black men, wherever I see Black men congregating, that was attractive to me because I could see the power. I'm from Oakland, California.
Yeah.
I come from that cloth. So when I seen it, I was like, yeah, this is attractive.
It was like step 1, subjugate women.
but wait. As soon as I got into the space, it got into red pill. Once I figured out what red pill, I was like, man, that shit is cap. So I ended up being the antithesis to that space. Like you get what I mean? Like basically.
Hit the panel. I'll hop down. It sounds like you got a lot to say. I would like to hear this. Is he really lying?
Am I lying?
No, he's not lying.
That's okay, because I don't know either one of them. If this person has something to say, I wish they would hit the panel because I would like to hear that exchange.
Oh, you mean Black Hawk?
Yeah.
Oh, E Black,
Th-
I didn't know you to be with the Toxic Avengers.
Yeah, man,
At least explain why he's
I
saying
mean,
that.
because I was going when I'm thinking of that, I'm thinking about remember you had the masculine mercenaries and all that. I didn't remember you being a part of that. When I'm thinking of Angry Man, I didn't never remember your name coming up. There's other people.
yeah.
Angry Man copies. Angry Man copies. And the angry
am
and
literally. Go ahead. Go.
No,
I'm
I was
sorry.
gonna say just the Toxic Avengers was a copy of the Fight Club.
Yeah,
that's all it was.
So what ended up happening was I ended up being asked to be part of the Toxic Avengers because I'm a lone wolf in this space. I ain't got no clicks. I do my if I got beef with somebody, I handle this shit by myself, and it's easy work for me. But at the same time, I think what Angry Man saw in me was that okay, I was close enough to the black manosphere, but not only that, I didn't give a fuck about what nobody say. So I was given a show, which basically means if I wanted to do a show about Black Power, I can do it. If I didn't want to do it, it was up to me. So it's one of those things in YouTube creations where, you know, if you take a job at McDonald's, that means that you're forever marked as a burger flipper. And it's like, bro, I can do different things. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, you do understand when you took that position, you put yourself because Angry Man is very polarizing.
Yes.
And I would have if I would have known you did, I would have advised you not to have done that.
But that's the thing. I'm such a strong. But see, like the thing about me is like, this is my stick. This is what I do. I don't give a fuck. Like whatever.
People still mad at me, and Gabe can. There are people still mad at me about the Manosphere Rumbles that we had 6 years ago. So, so I'm just saying, once you go on these panels and you become a fixture on somebody's channel, you stuck.
Yeah,
you're gonna always be put. And I'm gonna be honest with you, it's really. It's no way of getting out of it. You just doing your content otherwise because they're gonna always put you in that box, whether you like it or not.
But like I said, the thing about me is that okay, well, go review the footage.
They don't care about that.
But I'm just saying, like maybe I know what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that my footage is good. For 2 years, I ain't never been exposed. I ain't never had no issues. I stayed 100 on this thing. So, and I'm very conscious of that. And I don't put
when you're dealing with logical people, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But we're not dealing with logical people.
Yeah,
they're illogical, and therefore I get what that doesn't matter. All they know is you was with Angry Man talking shit, and you said this and that, and and you offended this person and that person.
Man, and you know what? I was a part of another podcast where they was banging on cats, and I told the cats, I was like, man, I was only a part of the podcast for 2 months. Why am I responsible for the next 5 months of the podcast?
Hey.
But I ate that, you know. But like I said, I'm the type of dude that can eat that shit. That's just my opinion. What video are you gonna bring up to say that any different? That's just my opinion.
Okay.
Because I'm not one of these people where I started like 2 years ago. I'm sounding the same that I do now.
Right.
Well,
I'm just cursing more.
Look, I'm about to hop down, but Blackhawk says, do y'all think Angry Man would allow a person to use his channel to make content if the person didn't share his beliefs about women? That's not a fair argument. Like, I don't know who you're trying to persuade with that, but if you're, I don't know this man. He could be the biggest misogynist in the world, but shouldn't you, if you're going to make all these strong statements about him, shouldn't you be able to provide evidence based off what came out of his mouth, not who he was sitting next to? But then, D-Darrell, I'm going to hop down.
They don't do that. They don't do
I just want to say that
I have a freaking Amber Rose shirt on. Like, come on, man.
Go ahead, Karen. What you about to say? Then I'm gonna go to Faith. Go ahead,
Thanks.
Karen.
Yeah, I want to hop down, and I just wanted to say, the reason why I support your show, besides the fact I enjoy it, is like I know that you could have tens of thousands of subs if you were to go in attacking Black women and doing that thing that the Google algorithm does reward like Black men for doing. And I appreciate that you don't pander to Black women. Like, you, in my opinion, you give a fair and balanced take based off your genuine opinion. And it's not a lot of people doing that on YouTube. And I just appreciate that about you. And I'm gonna hop down.
Well, thank you so much. I'm glad you recognized that. Appreciate it. What's up, Faith?
Hey, I'm back. Can you hear me? Am I still echoing?
No, you good. You perfect.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to get back to the conversation that we were having about Taz. I did take a moment to go to the video that you were playing to get some kind of contextualization. I fast forwarded to the part where he was doing his rant, and I listened a little bit more. I didn't listen to all of it.
Okay.
So here's what I'm getting from that. So evidently, I guess he's talking about he was up on a panel somewhere where people were holding men were holding other men accountable for being predatory or whatever.
Right.
And I guess he was there when the Daryl guy made the comment about Robbie's autistic son.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, and so he was saying that out of all the people on the panel, he was being held responsible for not saying anything. Am I being, am I on point with this?
He didn't say anything. He didn't.
Okay, so he didn't say anything.
Nope.
And who else was on there that didn't say anything?
There was a lady named, actually I think Taz didn't say anything, but there were like 3 other people who laughed when he called, her son retarded. Taz didn't say anything about that. It was another lady named Venus something.
They were laughing, and did Taz laugh too, or
no,
was
Taz
he just
didn't
there?
laugh, but he didn't say nothing. He didn't laugh, but he didn't say anything about it.
So he was just there.
Yeah, he didn't respond, or he didn't try to correct them, or when he gets mad about something, he may go off, start cursing people, call them bitches, and you shouldn't do this. And he didn't do any of that. He was even tempered and didn't say one word while they were laughing about saying that this woman's son was retarded.
Okay.
So she was like, "How are you going to profess to be this person that loves disabled children or children who have special needs and things like that? And you did all these things, but when somebody was offending an autistic child, and he knew that her child is autistic, you didn't say one word about it."
Oh, so he knew of her and her autistic child.
Yeah, he know. She has been public with this for years. Yeah, he knows her child is autistic. He knows this.
So I'm just asking a question here. I'm throwing it out there because I don't have a dog in this fight, but I will say this. Now, could it be that maybe he didn't want to get into that particular argument between her and Daryl?
Now, when you've known Taz to not express his opinion if it's something you don't like, I mean, I'm just saying, like, she wasn't there. She wasn't there. This was basically Daryl Long expressing his issues with Robbie, and he was.
But I mean, is he and Robbie, are they like friends, or are they like tight like that, or know?
Oh, you mean her and Taz?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay. So okay.
Yeah. I think
I get what you're saying, but my issue with Taz is just like this. Like, for instance, for me, if I hear somebody saying something about somebody that's mentally ill, I'm saying something, especially if I feel like they are interpreting or giving like something that to me is creating more ignorance in our community. That we already got enough ignorance about mental illness. And if somebody says something ignorant about somebody with a mental illness, I will say something. Now, I know that I'm a professional and licensed, and I do actually have the ethical right to do so, but I will not allow anybody to say something ignorant about a mental illness and just let it pass. He professed
Right.
that he is an autistic provider professional who does
Now,
all
did
these
he
things.
profess this before or after, all
Yes,
of this? Because I
Taz.
never heard him
Yeah,
professing about being this
I have heard
autistic
Taz.
profession.
I actually got on Taz's ass about this before, where he said that this was like a year ago, where he said that he worked with autistic children and he worked with other disabled kids that got
Oh,
developmental.
okay. Well,
Yeah,
if he's saying if that was his job and he did work with autistic kids, what's wrong with him saying that?
no, ain't nothing wrong with you saying that, but he's not a professional.
Okay, no,
Well,
he's not a
yeah.
professional, but it's nothing wrong with saying that you work with autistic
No,
kids if
no,
you did.
it's not nothing wrong. No, that's not my complaint. My complaint is you claiming that you're on this level in that particular area that you're not. That was my
Okay, now I did go back and listen to the video, and once again, this is not my fight. I don't have no dog in. I'm just being neutral.
okay.
I'm a neutral party with brand new ears on this whole thing. I heard him say in his profession, people was putting down his professional name. Like CNAs, they do have to run background checks once they get into their profession on their professional level.
Right.
So maybe he's talking about his professional level, not that he's a actual
So my
professional
question,
that's at the top tier.
He's not a professional, period.
so my question, D. Darrell, is that
That's
because
my
he's
thing.
previously
In
because he's
the
previously worked with
industry,
autistic kids, does that mean that he needs to, I guess, stand up? And there is an echo coming from Faith. I
go
definitely
ahead.
hear it.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Now, about to say, does that mean that he needs to stand up for Robbie's child who was autistic? If somebody's going at her child,
He
I don't
doesn't
know, man.
need to
He don't
stand
seem,
up.
yeah.
But I do think if you're a person working in that industry and somebody is saying something ignorant about that particular mental health illness, I think it serves you to say and correct the community on saying something ignorant. One of the biggest issues in our community is the fact that we have ignorance towards mental health, period. And that's the reason why we're the least likely to get it. And that's the reason why we're functioning at a certain level as it involves mental health. It's because there are a lot of people who have different myths and taboo mindsets about mental illness that's not true.
See now, and I think that Blackhawk brings up a good point, is that what's Taz's professional level? And I think that we all can kind of agree that Taz probably has worked with those children or worked with that group, but he probably doesn't have any like professional certifications.
He don't. And that was the point I was
so
trying
he doesn't
to
have that.
Yeah,
well,
that,
let me
that
just
was
finish
the
the thought
point.
really quickly.
If
Yes,
he-
but
Yeah,
I'm saying
so-
because he doesn't have that, he doesn't really have that level of, I guess, responsibility. And also, Taz doesn't seem to be the most stable person.
Okay,
in his responses to stuff. So I can't really expect logical, professional standing up for a group of people from people who have never expressed anything stable on a panel.
But-
It cuts people out all.
But he is the one who said he was the professional. I didn't say he was ever professional.
Taz said a
He
lot of
claimed
stuff,
to be the professional. Not I never he that came out of his mouth. It ain't come out of my mouth.
But Taz say a lot of stuff. Like we.
I know he said a lot of things, but my perspective is that you need to quit lying and portraying yourself in a manner that is not true in the field. That's my perspective.
I can see that point. I can see that.
And to me, as a
But I don't think
person
he was
who actually-
obligated to stand up for her child.
No,
in that
he's
moment.
not obligated.
But I
to do
definitely can
so.
see that point.
But at the same time,
Yeah.
if you want to profess to be this person that care about autistic children, and you got all these years, and I did this even before your child was born, and all this other stuff, then you should have a certain sensitivity towards people talking about this population. Because I know for a fact, when I deal with people and parents, one of the biggest things that I deal with, particularly in the school system with kids, particularly if they got like ADHD or something like that, if somebody says something nasty about their child's mental health illness in a derogatory perspective, those parents or somebody coming in there complaining. It's gonna be some problems.
Well, Dita Rail, my next question is, if Taz was quiet on the panel,
right,
and he wasn't saying anything, and it was Daryl that said it, and the other people laughed. Why is he being singled out?
No,
I'm
he's
gonna
not
mute.
being singled out because she talked about everybody. It's just so happened Taz's response. See, Taz is the one who gave the response when she criticized everybody for laughing at what Daryl Moore said, and she basically held everybody accountable, not just one person. She held everybody on that panel accountable for what he said and how they responded. He in turn decided to bring all of these things up about what he's done and what he didn't do. And I'm
so wait a minute. So
on YouTube, he lives on YouTube. He has
exactly. So he did
not,
that.
So it's like a homeless person yelling from the side of the street. Your car ain't. You don't got a good car. Your car look broke down, sir. You're homeless. Like, why is his opinion even value at all?
He was on. But he was on the panel and he didn't say anything, and then somebody dragged him for not saying anything.
No, I'm not talking about Daryl.
I'm talking about Daryl.
Oh, okay. No. I'm talking about Taz. So I'm talking about the fact of the matter is that he was on that panel. He didn't say anything, but now people are calling him out. Robbie called him out because he didn't say anything, and so now he responded because he was called out.
Yeah, because but see the fact now he in the queue. I don't know why he decided he want to come to my channel. He already know he ain't welcome here.
Who's that? Taz?
That's Taz. But at the same time, this is the issue, Faith. He is the one who claimed to be the professional. He is the one who claimed that he has this, he claimed that, he's doing this, he's doing that. Nobody asked him to say anything. Matter of fact, he didn't have to respond. He could have kept his mouth closed. No,
I think that he responded because he was called out.
Well, she
so like if somebody is talking to you and you hear your name, the same way as if you hear your name, you can hear a whole bunch of other people's name. But if you hear your name, then it's up to you whether or not you want to respond. But if you hear your name, you have a right to respond or not respond. So if he heard his name, he's well within his right to respond.
Yeah,
I mean,
he responded with professional lies. That's the problem.
If Taz is down there in the chat room, let him hit the link and explain, talk for himself.
Faith, he's right here. He's in the back.
Yeah, I know he's here.
Oh well, I can get down and he can come up.
We good. He can stay where he is.
Oh.
So
okay,
he's being discussed. Why not let him talk for himself?
No. I'm not welcome. No. I'm not welcome on his platform. So why should he be welcome on mine? So
okay. Well, I understand that.
So my position.
Well, Taz, that's the thing.
When I'm blocked. His spiritual wife blocked me every time I went to his platform. So fuck that.
He said that you're woke. Well, I don't. All right.
No.
I'm looking at the private chat. He says that you're
goddamn
welcome.
lie. Every time I went on his platform, his spiritual wife blocked me every fucking time. So I don't want to hit it. So listen, I get what you're saying, Faith, and he has the right to respond. He don't have to take up for anybody. He don't have to say, but he is the one professing that I work with the children, I do this, and I have this soft spot. And he the one went into detail about all of that. So if you have this affinity for disabled children, then you should have shown it. I feel like, from my perspective, if you were really that genuine about disabled children, well, you would have said something, because you're not shying away from other shit. If it was another Mansfield Negro saying something, you would have called them all kind of bitch ass niggas and this and that. Somebody else would have said something, but that you chose to say on a more serious note. You choose to be quiet.
Well, now it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, because on the one hand, if he do say something, he's going to be cussed out, damned, don't nobody like him, and then
they don't.
Right. and then if he don't say anything, fuck this nigga, this punk ass bitch didn't say shit, he didn't do nothing. So it's kind of like,
hold on. Let me say this. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna let him come up. The nigga get off. The nigga get out of hand. He getting roasted. I'm gonna just let y'all know. I'm not tolerating this shit. So I'm gonna let him up. I'm gonna give him this one chance. I'm only gonna give him one chance. The minute he get out of line, it's on. because he know I don't like his ass.
Did you need me to make room on the panel for him?
You don't need no room. I can put up the 7 people up here.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna let him up. But the nigga go left is on. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you speak. Go ahead.
Oh, so wait, you think I'm gonna come up here and be respectful to you?
What
See?
Taz?
Come
on, man. Like Taz, you gotta chill.
You see?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, he messed up his chance. I mean,
that was on you, Taz. That was on you, Taz. That was on you, Taz.
See, I told y'all. You see,
you told him you wasn't gonna be respectful to him. Why you expect for him to let you stay up here, man?
All right. D. Darrell.
Hold on, wait. Slow down. There is you cannot reason with niggas. You see,
he told you he wasn't gonna be
chance,
respectful,
and I only did it because of Faith. I only did it because of my girl Faith. And look what. As soon as he come up here, the first thing come out of his mouth. You gone. Bye. So go ahead. Who next?
D. Darrell. Look, I don't know the whole backstory of Taz or the whole thing about Taz. The one thing I do know from my history with Taz is that Taz usually is on the panel, but he's not on the panel. A lot of people will leave him on the panel just because of his name and associations. So if he says, yo, I was there and I didn't hear it, what do you say to that?
If he wasn't there, he was there.
He said he was there and he didn't hear it.
But he did hear it.
He said, I wasn't listening to
hypotheticals. We cannot use hypotheticals when he clearly stated what he heard and didn't hear.
So he said he heard it. Okay.
Yeah,
No. He said he didn't hear it. I'm reading this thing in the private. He said
he lying. Taz is lying.
What is the sports book? He said he wasn't listening to that BS and he was in the sports book. Is that another channel?
Taz lying.
I don't know.
Taz is lying. That Negro was up there talking. After that conversation, he was interacting with Daryl and everybody else. He was on that. If I could show you all the actual live stream, Taz was on that live stream for like a good hour and a half to 2 hours after that little incident itself. So you mean to tell me once Daryl decided to start talking about that, you miraculously was gone or absent doing something else? As soon as it's over, you start back talking and engaging in other conversation? Does that make any sense?
Okay,
you just so happened to miss that segment of everything that happened on a 4-hour live stream. You just so happened not to listen to that segment.
So I can respect that. Look, I respect that. All I'm saying is that every time I've been on the live stream with Taz sometimes is gone. He's driving. He's walking down the street. He's not the best panel person in terms of.
You say you don't got good panel etiquette.
He doesn't have really good panel etiquette. So, and that's just being fair to Taz. But and I'm not defending Taz, but all I'm saying is that if that was a situation, how do you kind of feel about that? Because at the same time, I would also say, why didn't Taz? And like I said, I do not watch Taz's channel. Why did he not state that in the beginning? You get what I'm saying? Like,
well, I was giving him a chance to speak his speech, and he chose to be disrespectful.
He did.
Okay.
So that's on him.
Yeah, you gave him a chance, and he came up and said he wasn't going to respect you. So it is what it is.
And I knew he was going to do that. That's the reason why I wasn't going to let him on it. So
I respect that.
I'm going to go to Tommy B, then I'm going to go to We On Lock.
What up, Tommy?
What's up, B Black? This is my first time seeing your channel, big dog.
What's up, brother?
Like for me, the only thing that I have a problem with is like the hypocrisy, and of course, everybody knows, talking about the kid is wrong. But my thing is, you gave the nigga the platform, and that's what's really irking me about the situation. This
Who
nigga has a history.
Platform?
She helped him build up that platform.
Who is she?
Robbie.
Build Taz platform or Daryl?
No, Daryl.
Oh, she did? Okay.
Now, mind you, her kid wasn't the first one called that. Mine was called that before hers.
Oh, really?
That's why we took his shit down. The first channel.
Is that right?
Oh,
Yes.
really?
No, see, a lot of y'all, I think, are kind of, and E Black could tell you, because E Black goes further back, I think, with this shit than anybody. But the thing that's irking me is like this.
Okay, let's talk about who called your child. Why did
There,
they? Does your child have special needs
no, no,
Okay, so who called your child a name such
there,
as?
there.
Was she there?
No, she wasn't there. But when this is my thing, and this is what's been happening in. I don't know if you in that space, but in this space is this dude does some of the most egregious shit ever.
Agreed.
People will watch it, find whatever the fuck reason to forgive it, get past it, whatever. And then when he turns around and does it to them, oh my God, it's the worst thing in the world. How could you guys let this happen? It's like, and this is the analogy I've been using. When we see these white folks fucking with these animals, and the animals snap on them, what do we say? That's what the
Shouldn't have
fuck
been
you
playing
get,
with
right?
that.
That's what you get.
Okay. I'm not even in this space as deep as she is. So I know she knows the shit that I know. Because I'm not even in this space to even know the details that a lot of these motherfuckers know. I'm not in nobody back chats, none of that shit, right? I get that. But okay, Robbie, not even that specifically. But the dead relatives he's spoken on, the elderly women he's spoken on disrespectfully, like he does not have a decent track record
Talk. He
in
talks shit
this
to
fucking
TJ
space.
Randolph. Yeah, he disrespected TJ Randolph too.
What you call it too? Gale at night.
Mm-hmm.
Bitches, hoes, just because she moderated a stream he didn't like. My point is, even if you wasn't there for that specifically, this and I even had a conversation with Fatty about this too. He disrespected Fatty's dead sister, Ali's dead mom. Ali's mom was passed away, I think, weeks. He went in on her. Like that's what this dude MO is. Anton's dead father. Like this is known what he does. It's known. It's out in the
So you're
space. So
saying
if you
even
decide
by them bringing him up and giving him a voice, that is in some way
that
exposing
that is
themselves,
literally why we
to
took his
hate.
fucking channel down. And then we
Hey,
had to sit here and watch
listen,
people
I'm gonna say
help this
this.
nigga build up another channel.
I'm gonna say
Okay.
this, and then I'm gonna
That's
go.
new.
Go ahead,
At the
Robbie.
end of the day, y'all be on YouTube all day. No shade. It is what it is.
No.
Listen,
That's why I
listen
said
to it.
me.
Listen to what I
Go
have to
ahead.
say. I don't be on YouTube all day. I pop in this bitch. I pop out this bitch. But what I do know is anybody that has a problem with anything, wherever Robbie privilege is, maybe I don't know. Maybe I do know. Everybody knows how to get in touch with me. Well, hell, on my community tab is my email and my phone number. So I notice how when I call out the hypocrisy, because be clear, I'm not asking anyone to defend my son. Y'all don't defend yourselves. Why would I ask you to defend my child? But what I did call out was the hypocrisy. I'm gonna need all of y'all to shut up. Y'all always calling for accountability, and yet you never hold anybody else accountable. What I specifically called
Who's
out
this
was
y'all that you
hold
talking
on, Gabe.
about? Who is
If it doesn't apply, let it fly.
No, I'm just saying y'all. I'm just saying like you gotta be a little bit more specific because I
If
know
it
that we're
does,
discussing it
anybody
here.
that's listening to the sound of my voice, if it doesn't apply, let it fly.
I'm listening to the sound of your voice. You
Okay,
gotta,
well, if it doesn't apply, then it doesn't apply to you. If it does, then wear it. At the end of the day, stop calling out
What?
accountability for women. Stop calling out accountability for men. Stop calling out accountability for people talking shit. Stop calling out accountability for anything. Say all of y'all operate in confirmation bias. And as long as it makes you feel good in the moment, you with it. And if it don't make you feel good in the moment, then you fake outrage. And the funny thing of it is, y'all will sit there and act like y'all upset about something. But as long as there's numbers in the box, y'all will still be present in the building. So it always comes down to who's getting the most clicks, who's getting the most views, and who's getting the most money. That was my whole point with what I brought out about my son. Y'all think that's the first time somebody said something about my son? Nope. You think it's going to be the last time somebody says something about my son? Nope. The point was, this is a case study in the lack of accountability across all platforms, excluding nobody. But now y'all want to sit there and try to turn the accountability on me because, oh my God, her child has autism, so she wants us to be afraid and upset. I don't give a fuck how y'all feel. I said what I said, and if you don't like it, well, that's your motherfucking cross to bear.
how do you
But it
keep
doesn't
people
change
accountable?
anything.
How do you
Whatever.
keep strength?
Have a nice day.
No, I'm asking you a question. All right. My statement is that you cannot keep people accountable on YouTube to anything. This is pretty much the wild wild west. To expect accountability or to expect to keep people accountable, to expect people to be logical or sensical is just delusion, because this isn't where it exists. Especially if she knew that Daryl was disrespecting people, kids previous, as the brother said. You know, this guy is disrespecting people previous, just like you, D. Darrell. You knew that Taz is known for disrespecting you and disrespecting people. You gave him a sentence, right?
Right.
Why would she invite brother on her panel? She know that this is a disrespectful dude who go after people, kids, and go after people, dead family members. It's in some way you are exposing yourself to that, I guess, that exploit, that negative person. If you invite them on your panel and let them speak their mind. And I'll pause it.
But that wasn't her panel, was it?
No, that was Daryl panel.
Oh, okay. So Daryl had him up there.
Wait, that's even worse because she went to his
which panel
platform,
y'all?
right?
Which panel you referring to?
Daryl's panel.
In which incident?
About when her child got disrespected.
That was on Nightish's panel.
So Nightish's panel. So Nightish, this is all confusing.
Yeah, this is a conversation that I had with them earlier this morning. By the way, what's up, y'all? This is my second time back here. But how y'all doing?
Oh yeah, go ahead. I've been talking a lot.
Wait, this say you like?
Yeah, you know what it is. What's happening?
What's good, my G?
I came up here because I wanted to ask Lock Nation a question, but you know he had hopped down once Robbie jumped up here. But,
like right there.
Lock, what's happening, man?
I'm not in for it right now.
Yeah, no, I want to say.
Hold on. We are live. Hold on. I just want to say this.
Hold on. Respect.
We hold on. I gotta say this. We on lock. Salute, family. Salute, family.
He said he not in the mood for it. I ain't gonna mess with the man. He said he not in the mood for it. I ain't gonna mess with the man. I'm gonna leave the man alone. It is
nah.
Anyway, so now that conversation I had with them this morning, that was when I went back and we was talking about it. That was on Nightish's panel this morning, and the video in question where Daryl had said something about Robbie's kids, at least from the clip that was circulated and the clip that Nightish played, he said that was on his channel where he had made that statement about Robbie's kids. That was on Nightish's panel.
So she was on the panel. He was on the who all was on the panel?
It was quite a few people up there. A few people that I can remember. Nightish was up there. Taz was up there.
Yeah.
Eda Man Williams. Chocolate was up there. It was a few other people up there, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, so when he made the statement, him and Eda Man was going back and forth, and Daryl used the example of talking about Robbie's kids, and Taz was sitting, and it looked like he was sitting in a sports booking like bar, like a sports bar, something like that, some sports booking place. And he said that he wasn't paying attention to the conversation. So, like I said to Taz, I said, okay, even if that's your point and your position, if we say that's a fair thing, right? If we're going to sit here, because when he came up, he said, yeah, I'm here to check, my man's about caping for this bitch, referring to me caping for Raw B. That's what they said, I'm caping for her. My thing is, when it comes to expectations and standards and accountability within this space, I don't believe anybody follows that code, because everybody is hypocritical, right? And if we're going to have those same standards and expectations, then it would be fair to say that nobody on this platform will be fucking with each other, because you can be beefing today or next week and for the next month, and they'll be right back, talking again or doing shows again with each other. So that was my point. I said, before we can call others to hold judgment over other people, maybe people need to go look in the mirror and have judgment over themselves before they try to step to anyone else.
I think the standard. Oh, I'm echoing.
There's an echo.
The standards and expectations kind of change depending on who people rock with too. Like I kind of noticed. that if a person, doesn't like another person, then it don't matter what the standard or the expectation is. If they don't rock with you, they're not going to, be caring about accountability or what's best for the community. It's basically the gang that I roll with don't roll with the gang that you roll with type thing. So that's going to always win in the end.
Even in that sense, what usually happens is I can ride with gang A and have beef with gang B. And as soon as I got a problem with gang B gonna notice that I got a problem with gang A. Now I'm about to go join gang B. And gang C gonna be sitting back laughing about all of this shit. So now when I got a problem with gang B, I'm gonna go over to gang C. And eventually when I got a problem with C, I'm gonna go back to A. That's why I say this is all just it's all gang hopping. It's stupid because
Nah, it ain't gang. Nah, no, 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 no. It's about consistency. Right now, if I was to say, fuck BB Dubs, Will, you gonna jump on that shit. You gonna be
you
like,
got
nah,
no
man.
no BBW slander, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Talk about no
So
fact.
so so if I was on a stream
What?
with you, if I was on a stream with you right now and we were talking about some chick and we was like, man, that fat hoe, she a 300 plus, and then we don't see Will speaking up, we gonna be like, damn, ain't you the BBW savior?
Exactly.
So that's what's going on now. Is that okay? You say we holding you accountable who to the man that you say you are,
Okay,
and it,
so
and the tape don't run, and the tape don't lie.
But
So
here's the
don't
thing,
that kind of apply with
you're
what I
not
was saying?
you're not calling a question the man of who I am. You're calling a question the character that I present. This is why
Yeah.
I've been saying for the longest that there's the representative and then there's the real you. And what
Yeah.
usually happens on all of these panels and spaces is that they put the representative out, but it kind of represents a little bit the real them. And then when real shit happens, because people put too much of their own personal information on the goddamn YouTube for what reason I don't fucking know, the real them comes out, and it can either be you might be that nigga, you might be that type of female, or you might be weak as fuck. You see what I'm saying? So the sad part is, since I came into this space, in February? That's when I first did my first live stream on my birthday. Since I came into this space, I've been noticing in certain sectors, these is all like it's almost like wrestling. It's like a gimmick. Everybody come online. Oh yeah, I'm that nigga. Oh yeah, I'm this guy, or I'm this girl, or I'm that bitch.
Yeah.
Then you get exposed, or you get found out, and it's just like, oh, you're a little puppy. Oh, you never jumped off the porch. You sharing everybody else's stories and experiences. You're not actually that nigga.
Right.
that's what the issue is now, is that we're saying that, okay, and like I said, it ain't nothing against Taz, is that the optics look crazy.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, the optics look crazy because we know you for who you say you are, and then when it come down to it, you ain't do it. And I was like I said, I was hoping that he could speak to it and say
But
at
but
least,
that was his fault. That was his
yeah,
fault.
that was his fault. That's his fault.
So,
Well, even this morning when he came at me a little bit, like the thing is, I don't care when people come for me with smoke, but we have to, if we're gonna have this conversation, it's gonna be a conversation of understanding, because goddamn it, I'm an adult and you're an adult. I don't talk to children. The only children I talk to is my children. That's it. So if we're going to have this conversation, it's going to be some understanding. You're going to have a position of biasness, and I can understand that. But if you're going to come at me with no sense of understanding, then we can't have this conversation. So, like this morning, when he was said that, oh, you caping for her, and she talked about me, and she talked about this, that, I said, okay, and I can get that, right? I said, but as a parent, like any other parent would, if someone says something about your child, and you took serious offense to it, you would have a reaction. And then on top of that, I'll use everybody up here as an example, right? Let's say I leave up off of here and I get into it with Gabe, and 2 weeks from now, E Black is up here and Gabe say some shit, and E Black don't say nothing. Now I'm gonna be like, yeah, E Black, you a whole ass nigga. You was sitting up there next to that nigga Gabe, and you ain't say shit. Does this sound familiar to y'all?
Yeah,
That's
that's
entertainment.
hey,
That's called
that's
entertainment.
yeah. But at the same time, but at the same time, like, if I don't have the history of not saying anything, then you can't hold it against me.
Well, that was
man. It's
Maybe
all
he just
tricky.
wasn't in the mood that day.
Basically, it's all tricky. It's all tricky.
But E Black, it's certain shit that shouldn't be tricky, and that's my issue. That's always my issue with that dude. And I've said it. It's not even specific to her because podcast is my nigga. I done got into it with him over the shit, and I've said it straight the fuck up. Anybody that fuck with that dude, nigga or bitch, if they know his motherfucking background, you're a weirdo to me. Because there's certain shit that we all should stand on principally. You don't talk about people dead relatives, you don't talk about people kids, and you don't speak to the elder like that. And he's done all three consistently and repeatedly, and people continue to fuck with this dude. I've told people straight up, I'm not the nigga to tell people what to do. But in my head, I naturally think people will move a certain way. I've said I think people in this space stand on quicksand. They don't stand on shit. And that dude is the perfect fucking example. My thing with that dude is, I said, it shouldn't have been niggas having to come together to exercise that dude. It should have been naturally, I'm not fucking with that dude. I'm not fucking with that dude. I'm not based off the how the fuck he moves. Period, point blank. Just based off of how he moves as a man, I can't rock with that nigga. The same way I tell motherfuckers in real life, if you're a deadbeat, you'll never be around me. Period, point blank. I don't have to get with other niggas and say don't hang with him. But if I see you hanging with somebody like that, I'm gonna look at you a certain way too. So again, I've held this line consistently. Motherfuckers have showed me a live that the nigga did where he even spoke on how every time his name come up on the show, I'm up there shitting on him. I've been shitting on this nigga a year consistently for about a year and a half. And I'm not getting off of that. I think me, E Black, and a couple of others been the only one consistently like fuck this nigga based off his actions. Everybody else been flip-floppy than a motherfucker, finding every excuse and reason in the world to fuck with this fuck nigga. I know it's new people that come to the space.
He was going to actually change, though.
Man, fuck a change, bro. This nigga got consistent history.
Well, who echoing?
In case y'all didn't know, something that's going on with StreamYard right now. If you're on an Android phone and someone is talking while you unmute it, it will echo very badly.
Y'all got Android phones. That's crazy.
Yeah,
it's 2023.
So, let me give Robbie a perfect example of what Robbie said. So Robbie said, she said, your principles and standards shouldn't change because of what someone else does. If it does, you don't stand on anything. Let me give you a perfect example. When he spoke on my kid, my return was not to speak on his kid because I don't stand on speaking about people's kids. A lot of people in this motherfucker, a lot of people would have thought that would have been a good retaliation. I think that shit weak as fuck. Not just in the case of retaliation or just initiating it, in retaliation too. His kid ain't did a motherfucking thing to me. His bitch ass did. So I didn't in that moment go fuck your kid or your kid did it. I ain't say shit about his kid. I just
but everybody doesn't hold that. So everybody don't hold that standard though.
That's what I'm noticing. And so from moving off of that, and when I start noticing it, then I put people in a certain box, and that's just how I move.
That's
you know what I'm saying. I understand how you get down. It is what it is.
And that's being real because Tommy's not as active as say I am. I'm way more active, so he can say that and it not affect him. But if I say that, then I gotta cut damn near half of YouTube off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So you know what it is, E Black? It's like what happened with Boosie.
My family or me, and if they cross a certain line, then listen, gloves off. Like
nah. Hey, trust me, your best friend. Trust me, people. Trust me, like Gabe. Hold on. Let me say this. Gabe, trust me. People that you know in real life for this YouTube clout, niggas is gonna switch up. You gonna be like, God damn, you know me, my nigga.
Hey, no, that's real shit.
Right. I don't know.
But E Black, you in a position kind of like what I seen Boosie in. They asked Boosie about Pete from QC about him snitching. Boosie said, "Dog, I can't even speak on this shit no more because if I keep talking about it, I ain't gonna have no more friends left in this industry." That's how this shit is, dog. It's like if you stand on something in this motherfucker, eventually you ain't gonna have nobody to fucking rock with because motherfuckers don't stand on shit in this motherfucker.
Well, it's not only that, right? And I was discussing this with a very close friend of mine way before I even got on YouTube because I've been wanting to come on YouTube and just do my own show, right? But the thing was like, all right, if I'm going to do this, I have to be solidified in what it is that I'm going to talk about, who it is that I interact with, right? But we all know you don't get to choose who you interact with because YouTube is too big of a space. It's just like life. But the thing is, when you are interacting in this space, you have to have that position upon yourself to where you can't hold nobody accountable. It's just like life. You can only hold yourself accountable, and you can't expect anyone to behave the way that you would or should behave. So
Exactly.
my biggest thing is I will never talk about someone's kids. It's just not happening because as a parent, I know that if you talk about my kids, I know that there's a certain position that I
There's
hold.
death upon your head, basically.
I won't mind doing things. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when I come on here, and then the other thing is, I don't know why people put so much personal information on YouTube. I don't like. Is you trying to gain a following, or are you trying to get people to be sympathetic? There's an echo somewhere. Someone has an echo. All right, but yeah, I don't know why people put so much personal information on YouTube. It's just like run your gimmick, do your thing. You're going to build your audience regardless. You don't have to tell the people your personal information. What are you trying to do? But then when you do put your personal information out there, that's where, like I was saying this morning when I was talking to Taz and Daryl, because they was the ones that was conversing back and forth with me, and then Nidus was chiming in. When people put their personal information out there, you don't think that it don't exist forever, and then people might actually go look into you because not everybody may agree with everything that you say. So if E Black's personal information get out there, and I got a problem with E Black, it's like 2 or 3 YouTubers who talk shit, big shit about E Black. All I gotta do is go listen to them, and now I know information about E Black. And if I really want to do something to the nigga, I can go do some foul shit. But if
In this
that's
new
what
digital age, it's not really too much you could do to really hide yourself. If somebody know your first name, last name, state, city, that's it. They
Yeah,
got you.
and
So it's
that's the
really
tricky
not
thing
too much you
because,
could
like
do.
I said, I don't put out a lot of. I never really put out even where I was at, and people would look it up. Like
You could find out who people are from their face,
No,
from
that
their
no,
avatar. If
he
it's
ends
your
up
real
putting
face,
his own
you can find
address. He
somebody.
ends up putting his own address out there. He's
I'm
done
saying,
that
well,
plenty of
listen,
times.
Who
hey,
put their own address out there? That was dumb.
He did.
But when you
Really?
live in
right?
buttfuck, when you live in buttfuck, Michigan, it's
Hey,
like,
my
come on.
man. Hey, yo, my man. Hey, yo, my
You
man.
know what I mean? Like it's
E
easy.
Black.
Like
E Black.
nobody, like, you know
But
what I
I'm still,
mean?
I'm still from Detroit, dog. Come on.
But I
I
mean,
did
You from
want to
Detroit too?
ask.
hold on, hold
Yeah, I'm
on,
from
hold on,
Detroit
hold
too.
on.
I'm East
Go
Detroit.
ahead, Faith. Go ahead,
I'm
Faith.
still from Detroit.
You from
No, I
Eastside?
just
What
have
side?
one last thing that I wanted to point out about the actual subject, and going back to that clip that you played. Now, when all of this was going down, what was the subject matter that was on the panel with those men? Were they talking about Raw B's child at that time, or were they talking about a different subject matter? Because when I listened back at what Taz was saying, he was saying that there was a different subject matter being discussed, and that's what he went on the panel to discuss. But then it flipped over to Raw B's child.
So what happened was, and I'm glad that Nidus did that this morning, and it kind of brought up a point. And the clip that circulated was Daryl saying something about Robbie's kids, right? Or Robbie's child. And it was the context of the conversation prior to that was about chocolate Earth Foundations, and Eat a Man, which for the longest I kept hearing, yeah, Daryl and E Black was going at it. I said, wait, where the fuck was E Black on this panel? So I'm looking at the video. I'm like, I see Eat a Man Williams, not E Black. So I'm like, all right, it's Eat a Man. Let me hear the whole entire clip to see what was happening. The conversation was, I don't know if y'all know about this chocolate Earth girl. She's been,
Yeah, we know about Chocolate Earth very well.
uh,
And her scam. Yes, go ahead.
all right, so that's what Edelman Williams was talking about. And Daryl was coming up there to kind of in a pseudo way defend Chocolate. And Chocolate was on the panel, which I called into question this morning when I was talking to Daryl. Why would you need to defend her if she's right there? She's a grown woman. She can speak for herself. But he took up that position to want to defend her. Fine. Him and Edelman Williams were going back and forth. And I can't remember exactly what was said, but an example was given. And Daryl said, such and such, like Robbie's such and such kid. And that's how that happened. And when that happened, Chocolate was above him. Taz was to his left. Eda Man Williams was next to Taz, and Nitrous was up in the upper left hand corner. So that's how that event got brought up. Now, that's at least from what I know. If he said that on his channel, I didn't watch it because I listen to a little bit of Daryl stuff, but I don't really ingest a whole lot of dramatized YouTube unless like I just catch it and it's just something to listen to. But
Wait, do
that's
you
how,
remember the positions of the people on the panel? Y'all gave
because
me
it
this
was
purple.
this morning. Yeah, it was
Oh,
this morning.
okay. And
And
that
like,
sounds like a forensic analysis of the panel discussion. Y'all going deep.
yeah. Well, the
Going
thing
deep.
was, again, I like having conversations when we can be contextual about it. Not, oh,
Okay.
you a bitch ass nigga, fuck you, whole ass nigga. Man, come on, dog. I get it. It's drama and it's entertaining,
Yeah.
but I mean,
Right.
shit. Let's just have a conversation. Like the same thing happened on my channel once. It was Israel Mills and Taz, actually, matter of fact. And the conversation was
From
about
Bill and Ted.
yeah,
Whew.
and it got hot.
Okay.
It got bad. And I'm just
Yeah.
like, I will never allow drama on my channel ever again, period. Like, we gonna get up here and we're gonna talk shit and we're gonna have fun. We're gonna be talking about all different kinds of things. But the moment drama pop off, I shut this shit down in a minute. It don't make me no difference.
You're gonna lose a lot of views like that.
Now,
Use a lot of views like that
You're gonna
'cause,
lose a
you
lot
know
of
we
views.
love drama.
but you know, the funny thing is, like, so, and I'm not trying to, change y'all conversation, but this is the conversation I like to have in these spaces. If
Oh
we can
no,
have,
that's not my conversation. I like intelligent conversation that does not include drama. So I'm with you on that.
I
there
like a
you
little bit
go.
of both.
So this morning when we was, well, last night when I was on with Rob, I'm sorry, 1 second, this might be my job. This definitely is my job. So last night when I was up there with Robbie, we was having a conversation, and I come from like the lifestyle sector. If y'all don't know what the lifestyle is, E Black, you heard me talk about it plenty of times. But
Yeah,
we was
yeah,
in
yeah.
different types of fetishes. And if, like I
Uh-oh.
said this
Uh-oh.
morning, no, I'm not gonna say nothing out the way. But like I said this morning, if people really did research as into what it is that they participate in, and you do your research on these different type of fetishes, you will realize you actually are a person who exists in this. And I'm not saying it's nothing nasty, but I don't cast judgment on people for having that. Now, on my channel, we
I do.
have those intellectual conversations, but it's when people get into the position of judgment. I think that's what happens a lot in these different sectors, because you can say something that can be added to the conversation, but someone wants to be demonstrative. Oh, you a bitch ass nigga because you participate in this whole ass shit. It's just like, nah, here we go.
You definitely from Detroit.
Most definitely.
I'm from the city too. I'm from the West. I grew up in Brightmoor.
See?
Ooh,
Yeah.
did you say Brightmoor?
No,
Yeah.
Brightmoor.
No, I didn't say Brightmoor. Eat Black. I said Brightmoor.
It's Brightmoor, G. It's
Okay, did you?
it's gas. It's gas
Okay.
stations.
I was
If
walking
you from
distance from
Brightmoor,
Stoughton Park. That's where
yeah.
I was.
If you
Well,
can be
Go
it's
blue.
gas, the laundry mats. That's all that's over there.
Yep.
man,
That's
I
it.
know a cat. Hey, Will, I know a cat right now in Brightmoor. You know what I
You
mean?
do?
Shut up,
Yeah.
E Black. Shut up.
So
He in
so
Brightmoor?
I basically want to kind of
Anyway.
and kind of get into the topic,
Yeah.
like when it's coming to, this was really about Taz ass, and he came up whatever, but I mean he did have a right to. I mean I can't tell no one how to respond to certain things, particularly if you're not in it. But I'm judging the fruit by what he bears, what he has bared over time.
Mhm.
And I've seen him in many situations where he has injected himself into things that had nothing to do with him and so on. And so I don't understand why this had to have been an exception based on him claiming he was doing other things, because I've seen him jump on panels and say all kinds of stuff, change the narrative, do all kinds of stuff. Somebody's talking about something, he comes in with a contrarian mindset to get people arguing and yelling and shit. And so I'm trying to
That's all it
figure out
takes.
why today something is different. He shows some
You
restraint.
you know what, D Darrell, you right, because there was a couple of channels I saw him on, and he was just sitting on the panel and everybody else was talking, and he was like not never saying anything a few times that I was watching. And I was
Yeah,
like, this is so unlike him. Like he always, jumps
yeah.
in and he's fighting somebody. So, the last few times I saw him on people's channels, he was just sitting there not saying anything.
So I don't know what's going on.
No, I like I said, I think sometimes Taz be moving around and then he be trying to get in and out, but then at the same time when he get out, the people who are on the panel or who are running the channel ain't let like, hey, I'm gonna put you in the back. Pause. You know what I mean?
I
They
think
just
it
like, yo,
depends.
Well,
I'm gonna let your icons stay up just so I can be like, yeah, I'm on the channel with Taz. So that's why at the same time I understand what like Taz may be saying.
Mhm.
It's just it's a fucked up situation because there's been times where I've been clipped up about some shit and they say, oh, ain't nobody on the panel saying nothing, and they don't if they rewind 15 seconds, 30 seconds, a minute back, they can see I'm totally against the premise of what the conversation is about. But it is what it is. That's what it is. Tricky. It's tricky. So that's why I'm not really about to hang ties on this shit.
It
But
yeah,
depends
I
on.
was gonna say I've been in my
Well,
house or
I
something,
am. I'm
walked
hanging
away
his
from my
ass. Fuck
phone.
it.
So I mean,
It all, it all,
Well,
if
D
he's out in
Darrell, yeah,
public,
we already know you gonna hang him.
if
yeah,
Shit.
god
if he
damn.
out in public, I could
That
see
nigga
a
did that
viable.
nigga did a hit piece on my family and shit. This nigga said all kinds of shit.
Well, I'm saying
well,
Yeah,
the
some people
thing
nigga,
just
is,
nigga,
got
like,
the,
nigga
the
talk about my wife, talked
you
about
don't
all
got the
kinds of, did all kind of personal shit. So fuck him.
it all depends on the temperature of the conversation, right? Because like even like right now, right? We not ain't nobody at each other's throats, and I'll
I mean
just
we
use
can be.
task. I mean, we
I'm just
could,
joking.
but
I'm
the
joking.
thing is,
I'm
no, you good. It makes for a good show. Like it's a certain sector of YouTube that I just won't go back into. Well, not certain sector. It's a certain channel on YouTube that I just won't go back into because I end up being drawn into that shit, and I behave the way that them niggas behave, and I'm just like never again because I know I'm not. I know I'm not like that out loud. I want to actually. I don't want to be like that nigga I used to be. You see what I'm saying? Although I could, what's the point? That's not who I'm trying to be. You see what I'm saying? So, but I get on the internet, you got a character, bro. It's a gimmick. If anybody fuck up your gimmick, if I go out here and I be like D Darrell, man, matter of fact, that nigga Taz right, nigga, you ain't shit. Then now here I am. I gotta be Team Taz. Now I'm about to go in. I'm about to be doing all the shit that everybody else do, and you about to be doing shit against me too. Now we gonna have this back and forth, left and right, for however fucking long.
Yeah, because you joined the Taz gang. So I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like gangs, cliques. It's not
But
about community. Like we were having a community's discussion about predators,
yeah.
and it turned into all of this other stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, wow. One thing that Taz did say that I do agree with, is that when it comes to autistic children, some of them are nonverbal, and that is a factor when you're dealing with predators. If you're a single mother and you have an autistic child and you're out here dating, you definitely don't want to be putting yourself in a situation with a man that's going to be around that bringing men around your children that might be predatory, because that child may not be equipped to communicate if anything is happening to them.
See,
So
but Faith,
Taz
it
is
can be
right about that.
difficult. It can be difficult to take Taz very seriously because yeah, Taz can say that one day, but at the same time, another day he could say if a dude is with a 20-year-old, like what was his statement? If a man over 20 is with a girl's 20 or 18 or something, then he call them ketos, right? He starts to just like throw that phrase out just all willy-nilly. So he could say some real true stuff one day, but some outlandish stuff another day, and it just messes up people's people's opinions of him, and you can't really value a lot of things that he say when he double mind
What?
or
Wait a
talk.
minute. He said what?
What did he say? Didn't he say something like if dudes want to be with like an 18-year-old or 20-year-old, then they like ketos or something? Like he started calling dudes that, and he said all dudes in the black manosphere are ketos. It was something crazy. It was something crazy. So
Well,
I'm just
okay,
saying he say crazy stuff and he
and
say real stuff.
and and
It's
and then
different.
let me be 100 on this. Like
Uh-oh.
Taz is cool. Taz is cool with say little podcast, right? And Tommy B, I think you're cool with little podcasts, I guess. Lil Podcast got an underage girl pregnant, and he explained it. It was fucked up. Whatever, he accepted it. But
Whoa. How old
it,
was Lil
Question.
Podcast?
man, you gonna have to go back to whatever
He
stream
was
that.
24. She was 17.
Yeah,
24 and
That's
17?
crazy.
Now that's
That's
crazy,
Yeah.
man. He had
crazy.
no business messing with no 17-year-old at 24 years. You shouldn't even be
24
looking
and
at
And
girls
and
seventeen.
and hold
in
That's
on.
high
high
school.
school and
To his
almost out of
credit,
college.
Nah,
to his
nah.
credit, he's admitted that. Not saying
To
that it
his
makes it right or
That
credit.
ain't to
wrong,
his
but
credit.
Mm,
no.
That's a target on his. That's. I'm
They
sorry.
hear
Go
that
ahead.
would
that's
Go ahead.
real
defend
flip
that shit.
floppy. It's
Pardon
real
me.
flip
Pardon me.
floppy. But at the
but
end
but
of the
but
day,
but
when
that's
y'all
my
are
point.
having
That's my point. It's flip. Everybody has their level of expectations and respect for each other, and I've got it. And trust me, when I went through my first little war on this YouTube shit, I got it. People will excuse whatever. If you're pro black woman, they'll excuse going against the pro black woman. If you're pro Christian, they'll go against going against Christians. Everybody excuses it based on the numbers, who it is, facts, whatever. So, like I said, I'm pretty much at the point to where it's like, man, go do what you do. Ain't no friends in this shit. Just let it go.
exactly, and my point is this. Sure, it's an awesome conversation, but what is the origin story of it? What is the reasoning behind the conversation being brought up? Because that is a conversation that happened, and again, I'll say it very clearly, in November of 2022. It is presently November 2023. The same people that were so vehemently speaking out against the conversation on his face that had happened so long ago during this past year have given money to these content creators that they were so vehemently against. They have sat on the panels, laughed, kikied, and chopped it up. So for me, the issue was, and maybe I'm just a critical thinker, maybe I just have the wonderful vantage point to be able to call the bullshit for what it is. They responded how they responded and brought up a conversation that was not in circulation nor being discussed, which all content creators involved admitted to what they said and apologized. And it said that it was in poor taste, the jokes that were made. They brought it up the morning after. One particular content creator made $3,000 on a live stream calling out the hypocrisy and the lack of accountability in the space. So, because he called them out on their bullshit, then people conflated the issue, brought up an old conversation, and tapped into everyone's emotions. Oh, well, you guys are over there supporting him. Not, this is a horrible conversation and we need to be protecting these children. It's, oh my God, but you guys are over there supporting him, and this is what he said. So, what is the issue really? What he said that already was apologized for and resolved, or the support that's given to him? Because if that is the case, the whole entire year, whenever this man was given support, then everybody should be up in arms and outraged. And yet, the conversation never happened. Now, again, I look at situations differently because I look at the whole 360 of a situation, not just the emotions that someone wants to evoke with a narrative. And at the end of the day, it's all balderdash, flip floppy, highfalutin Negro bullshit. When we sit there, we say, well, oh my God, but kids can't speak. Yeah, kids can't speak and kids get abused every day. So if that's the bar that we're going to hold that bar every day. Don't be on a panel with someone a few days prior to it, acting like everything is all good and gravy. And then as soon as they make a stack of cash, now you're mad. It's fake outrage, like how I said. It's gang related, like how I said. It's jealousy, like how I said. And it is not based on the conversation that was being the front or the cover story for the bullshit. Because at the end of the day, black people love drama. But black people not talking about that situation every day. And as y'all have so eloquently stated, there's plenty of content creators on this platform that have actual rap sheet and charges based in the nature of the origin of that conversation. But those people that were having that conversation based on morality versus legality, None of them have those charges. So now y'all are just going to potentially diminish Black men as a whole, put them in a horrible light so that they cannot have any type of future based off of what they said. Is it Minority Report? Are we arresting people for thought crimes? I'm just asking for a friend.
I agree, Raw.
Well, I think a lot of the people that came to him had personal issues with him already, and I think his mistake was he opened up that box because he was trying to make a point, and he brought that back up, and then he just basically gave fuel to the people that already had issues with him.
You know what? I didn't hear him bring it back up in the conversation, but I can definitely agree that people use that as fuel to tap into other people's emotions. And I don't really watch this sector. If I'm not on a panel, I'm not really watching over here. I watch a lot of other stuff in between all the things I do. You guys could catch my live earlier. Me and Lola gave y'all a rundown of what my day typically looks like. But hey, y'all love the drama. That's cool. Y'all love to have these conversations on a surface level, and that's cool. But again, I'm going to stand firm on this. And anybody can be upset with me that they want to. Anybody can make videos. They can talk all the shit about me. They can pass judgment if they want to. I really don't care. Y'all don't stand on nothing. Y'all say whatever you need to say whenever it fits the moment based on whoever you like and confirmation bias. I've been talking about confirmation bias since about a good old 2019. I stand firm on that because that's exactly what it is in all of these spaces, everywhere across the board in YouTube land. If you don't like that, then check yourself. But I'm going to tell you what. If Tommy B ever calls me up and said, "Hey, Robbie, I don't know if you know this is an issue for me. Can we talk about it?" We would have had a conversation. That might have changed my perspective. Who you are as an individual should never change based on what somebody does. Who you are as an individual should be a shining example to imprint on other people. But people not trying to do that. They just want to be in their feelings and passing judgment. Bye.
Facts.
So he's like, I would tell you, my damn, this shit. My thing is, what I was saying as far as with Daryl is, I'm looking at him, the actions that he's doing as a man today. I wasn't around back then when dude did what he did, and nobody on the panels ever said he was right about it, this, that, and the other. But what I'm saying is, when I talk about dude, it's what he's actively doing right now as a 30-something-year-old man. He's
You
doxing
mean
you.
Daryl?
He's talking about
Yeah, Daryl on some bullshit right now.
No, but I was bringing that up because I was explaining to E Black the difference between him and the person that he brought up. Now again, ain't nobody ever said dude was right, including him. He himself said he wasn't right. I think the only reason why people aren't looking at him as like a predator because one, right now he's not actively, nor did he ever explain that back then he was actively looking for someone. He said he met her, they kicked it, and I guess she was kind of one of them 17-year-olds that was like grown, had her own place, yada yada yada. Again, nobody's making an excuse for it or whatever. He found out she was, he still continued the situation or whatever. Again, nobody's saying it was right. What I'm saying is, actively today as a man, he says that was wrong. He said my mind state back then was fucked up. He explained a lot of shit he went through, yada yada yada. Again, still not saying he was right, but as a man today, he says that was wrong. When I'm talking about dude as a 30-something-year-old dude today, that dude thinks talking about people's dead relatives is cool. He thinks talking about kids today is cool. And he's shown that in his actions. And I think that's the difference between, I think, how I can just speak for myself, how I look at the situation with dude and with him.
And I'm with you.
And I get it. And trust me, I get it. And then especially when you got to move around and you're like, and say another podcaster may not even know the whole backstory. They just pull them up. What you supposed to do every time you see the nigga? You be like, yo, what up with this situation? Like, nah, we just gonna move along because you don't want to be caught out of frame every single time. So, I mean, I get it. It's tricky. And that's why I don't really even, like, for the most part, engage in a lot of the bullshit. Trust me, I get what you're saying. Other people may
Like,
not
look, I
understand.
just put it like this. For me personally, I can't really like it's stuff that I probably did in my past that people wouldn't agree with or whatever. But for me, I can only look at you as far as like how you are right now, actively as a grown man in my face right now, and the way that he performed as a grown man in my face or on this computer. That's what I judge him off of. And
But that's tricky
Well,
too.
I don't know
Well,
because, excuse me, I don't know, but as a woman with children and teenagers, if a man ever admitted to me that he ever messed around with children, teenagers, I don't care if he apologized, I don't care if he found Jesus, I can't fuck with you. That
Damn.
that's
no,
just that's just
I
me.
get that. But
He
but
can't be
but then
forgiven
hold
if he
on. But
found
then
Jesus.
hold on.
I don't
Because this is
care.
where it gets
They're
hold on. Because
good,
this is where it gets
good for
tricky.
you that you found Jesus, but you
Why
can't get
Jesus?
near me a man.
But
I'm sorry.
no, I agree with you. But here's where it gets tricky though. Because then you'll still have the females that giggle
Well,
about
wait a
how
minute.
when
But
they was in high school and they was
what's
fucking the
tricky
20-year-old
now?
old drug
Wait,
dealers.
hold on, wait. Let's slow down. What's tricky about you having a standard? If you a grown ass man messing with an underage girl, I don't fuck with you. What's tricky about that?
No, what I'm saying is okay. So a lot of women would take that stand, right?
A
And
lot
then
of
you'll
men
see
would
them in
take
the
this stance too.
absolutely. Hold on, let me talk. The reason why I said that's tricky is because the same women that I would say they hear say something like that, and I'm not saying you particularly because I don't know you and your past or whatever, but I would see the exact same women giggle about how when they was 16, 17 in high school, because I think we all know that when we was in high school, you had them weird niggas that would hang around the high school, and us as the high school niggas couldn't get at some of the chicks because they was fucking with these older niggas that decided to come hang at the high school. I would literally see these chicks giggle about that experience. You see that shit every day on social media. Hey, when I was 16, I've even seen I think Nia Long just talked about it when she was with Jeezy. Um so that's where I get that. So then I'll see the women that take that stand at one point, but then when they talk about their past, they'll speak about it in the fact
Well,
that,
in both
oh, okay.
situations, they both wrong.
No, I absolutely I agree.
So
Absolutely.
I would not
but
take it in a perspective of because when they were underage, they did something or a man approached them and they participated. I can't hold an adult responsible for something they did wrong as a child. They were not the responsible party in that situation. The adult was.
I think the overarching point is that okay, what do you do if homeboy pulls up to the panel right now? Are you willing to derail the conversation to really out it every single time you see him, or whenever you're on YouTube, or are you just being like, you know what,
You all are not. Hold on,
hold on,
no, brother, slow down.
no. Let me just
No,
complete my
brother,
statement.
this is my channel. You almost don't know how I feel about pedophiles. You got to watch my platform. I just ousted several niggas in the manosphere about the pedo shit. So I ain't hearing none of that. That ain't gonna fly over in this space.
I get what you're saying. I don't fuck with him either.
Wait. Any rationalization? Are you trying to intellectualize all this?
I'm not trying to intellectual. I'm trying to talk.
I'm
trying to talk about how people move in real
I'm not
life.
interested in how people move. I'm talking about how I'm moving it on
Okay,
this channel.
I get it. I get it.
That my thing is that regardless of how people are moving, they're moving wrong.
Yeah.
And from my perception, I get what you're saying. I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm gonna let you speak, but I just gotta make it because I gotta protect my brain. And so when we start going into these levels of where people doing this and what about when they were younger and she was 16 and he was 23, we all wrong. So we can't if women are doing that or if men are doing that, I perceive that as wrong behavior and so on. One can't justify or cancel out the other. If women are doing that, they're wrong for saying that and doing that. You can't minimize something that you engaged in wrong and then look at something else and look at it a totally different way. Both situations.
And I agree. But the thing about it is that every platform don't run that way. Every platform don't have a standard.
Yeah, but we're not on every platform right now. We're on my platform right now. So that's that's what I'm looking
on
at.
Everybody's platform.
Yeah,
but let's just be honest, man. Every platform ain't running that. You might be like, say we've been talking for the last hour. Say somebody that you know personally that has done that. And then next thing you know, you on the panel with the motherfucker. You like, man,
Oh
should
no,
I
I'm not. No, I'm
should I
not.
derail derail the conversation,
No, I'm
or
not.
should I just be
No,
like, man,
no,
I'm not
no,
invoking in a conversation with that
no,
person. I'm gonna just be quiet when that person speak, and
no. It don't work
then I'm
like
gonna
that.
just bow out gracefully.
No, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold him accountable offline, and if I find any truth, I'm not fucking with you no more.
Especially when it comes to kids.
Yeah, I'm not fucking with you.
I hear you, man, but like
No,
I think
you're not.
I think I'm a little I'm a little bit more active than you.
No, no, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not.
Okay, I digress.
No, you're
You
not. You're not.
You don't find it weird, dog, that this dude
that I don't give a shit
has
about.
straight tripped
Let me say
on
this, man. That's
everything,
right.
including a
There's
56-year-old
right
woman.
behavior, and there's
You
wrong
don't know what
behavior.
what he is capable
We
of,
unlock.
dog.
We unlock. You the main person to speak. You used to fuck with Darrell, and he got a 18-year-old girl pregnant, and he was 29.
He black.
Like this is what I'm saying. Like every time, like man, y'all niggas be on this goofy shit.
No,
was I supposed to know all that? How was I supposed to know that?
Hold up, wait a minute, Lock. Wait a minute.
Bruh,
Wait,
how was I supposed to know all that?
Hold up, wait, Lock.
Did he tell me from the very beginning that he was fucking around with an 18-year-old?
E black. Stop. Now you know good and hell well this man just showed that girl's damn birth certificate on that damn man's channel the other day. That girl was 19. Correct.
Yeah, when she got pregnant, right?
Okay.
When she had the baby, right?
No. Listen. Stop it, right? Because this is the shit I'm talking about. That man just did what that man just did. Why you even bring that up to even include that? Come on, man.
Well, 18 years old is an adult, even though I don't think a 29-year-old should be messing with 18-year-old.
Bro,
so a 30-year-old. All right. Let me just explain the situation. Do you agree with a 29-year-old? Hold on.
Damn.
Do you agree with a 29, 30-year-old man getting a 19-year-old, 18-year-old pregnant?
Are you asking me that question?
Yeah.
Motherfucker, was I there when they was doing the fucking?
Do you agree with that?
Was I there when they was doing the fucking?
Okay.
He's asking, do you agree with it?
Is the girl 18?
She's 19.
She's 19.
No,
okay.
She
was
man.
Wait, stop. See, this is what I was talking about earlier. Let me stop, yo. This is what I was talking about earlier when I was on Nightish's channel. Don't hold me to the expectation and the standard. How do you feel about it? Do you feel that he was wrong for it?
I felt he was fucking wrong.
Okay, congratulations. Thank you for being a part of the club that everybody think that he was wrong for it. Now we must move on.
All right.
Damn.
I agree.
Well, I'm talking about,
and that goes to my point. D. Darrell. He may not agree, but I may agree. So what am I supposed to do?
We're looking at legalities. The bottom line is, even though I may not agree with it legally, I have to accept it. And I can't hold this man to be to the level of a pedo because of that, because this person is actually an adult. Okay. And I cannot hold a person to the same level of as far as them being with an adult versus a child. Regardless,
we're talking. Wait. We're talking. Okay. All right. Let me.
18 years old and 17 or 16 is totally different things.
I agree. I agree.
Don't die on this hill, dog.
Man, look. I agree.
Listen, I tell niggas there's certain hills I'll die on. This ain't one I'm gonna die on.
Bro, I'm just being real with you.
I don't understand.
I just want to make a statement. I agree with you. If a man who's 29, who had 3 kids prior, had a kid with an 18-year-old, I'm looking at him funny because as a predator, my nigga.
He's a creep.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, y'all may not agree with it, but then, like I said, what am I supposed to do? Just be getting out my bag and arguing with everybody on the panel about my moral standards? Yeah, it's legal. But nigga, if anybody repeat that scenario to me, I'm like, nigga, that nigga a bitch.
Yeah, but I'm talking about things that are not legal. A 17-year-old is not legal with a 23-year-old.
All right. I agree with you.
But
it's not legal.
I'm not even speaking on. I'm not
it's
even
not
speaking
legal.
on
It's
morality.
legal then.
Because
I'm speaking on legal, or what's legal,
right,
not
but
moral.
hold on, because this is why this conversation came up. And again, that's why I said I'm not dying on certain
morally
hills.
legal.
But the reason why this conversation came up is if you actually look at the map, most of America is 17 and 16, which I didn't even fucking know until they brought up that map.
Yeah, 16.
What does that mean?
What country?
Six-
Because you were just talking about legality. That
Yeah,
was
but
what
it's
the
still
legal age is.
underage. They're still underage.
No,
Well,
listen to what I'm
here's-
saying. You just said you're talking about legally. I'm explaining to you that when they showed a map, which surprised me because I thought it was damn near 18 everywhere. The actual legal age in most of these states are 16 and 17.
No, it's not. If you
Go look at the map.
hold
That's
on. Let
age
me
of
explain.
consent.
Now
Age
you
of
talking
consent.
some manosphere shit. I've already debunked these niggas.
You talking about consent?
We're talking about consent. It is not legal for a 16-year-old to consent to an adult. Maybe a 16-year-old to consent to another 16 or someone around their age, but to give consent,
Right.
but not to an adult. That's two different things.
Not to an adult. It goes.
The manosphere been saying that shit for years. That's been debunked.
Crazy.
It's layers. It's layers to it. And see, when guys see the age of consent, 16, they go bonkers. Like, oh my God, I've been wanting to go younger all this time, and then their true nature comes out.
Well, that's
And they don't understand. They don't understand.
I ain't gonna say that's the true nature,
that's what
but
most of
I'm
these
just
niggas
like these
When I
niggas
saw the
learn how
map,
to
I
read
thought it was
law.
weird because I thought it was damn near 18 everywhere. And when I
That's
saw the
what
it's
map,
not.
these niggas. That's
maybe
what
I
most,
read it
Still to
wrong.
me,
Maybe it was details in it.
still
But
to
when they
me,
showed
all
that
this shit
map,
is weird.
that's
All
what
this
most
shit
of
is
these
weird to
niggas
me
shut up,
anyway. Ain't no way a
That's
29-year-old should be on them college campuses,
my
nigga.
thing is this. That's what most niggas.
If
That's what most
if
niggas.
college can't
What you
come
mean
on,
that they got
chill.
29-year-olds in college?
My thing is
Man,
Exactly.
get the fuck
If
out of
somebody's
here,
18
man.
and wait, if somebody
I'm not
my
saying.
issue-
Listen. I'm not saying
Man.
from a mature standpoint. Yes, a 29-year-old should not be dating an 18. You should want to date somebody within your age range. But legally speaking, that is seen as being okay.
Exactly.
That person is not a pedo. Now, you may look at them as being predatory and so forth. You can look at them that way, but I can't sit there and call somebody and give them a label of a pedo. I can't do that.
Wait, why are you even
it's like, hold on, it's like this.
when
it's like
two
this.
adults are coming
Okay,
at like
it's
two adults
okay.
are in a relationship?
Because
It's
check it
not
out.
predatory.
Hold on.
It's not
Wait, guys.
predatory.
Wait. Let me speak. Because they're looking at it predatory, because this person is so many years older than them, and that they're looking at it that they can exploit this younger, more immature person. Particularly when we're looking at a man towards a woman, it's just perceived that way. I'm not saying that it's fair, but that is how
Perceived,
societal from a societal standpoint, they're going to perceive a man as being predatory towards a younger woman.
No, those are preferences. Those are opinions. Those are not legal, and that should not even. Dudes should not be considered predatory if it's two adults.
I said it's perceived. I said perceived. Not saying it's legal. Perception is different from the reality.
Perception varies across the board because that's not my perspective.
But okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. When you turn 18 and you start seeing these banks start sending 18-year-olds credit cards for $50,000, $20,000, is that not predatory?
No.
Why
man, get the fuck out of here, man.
Why are we moving the goalposts?
No, we're not moving the
predatory.
It's not predatory.
No. It's fucking predatory. No matter what we are exposing.
Listen, these are not people. These are adults.
Yeah, no, they are adults.
What an adult is?
You just
Yeah, but when I was 18 and was presented with the credit card, when I was in college, I mean, I had no idea what that meant. I just knew that I was just going to go spend it.
Whose fault is that?
I mean, I'm just saying it is kind of predatory.
No, it's not predatory. Your parents should have told
I
you
swear
what
for
credit
God,
cards
y'all
were.
taking shit out of content.
Man,
that's what they should have did.
Look, we're moving the goalposts. Let's stick
Don't call
on
the banks predatory because you didn't know what to do with a credit card. Stop it.
Don't call a man.
An 18-year-old is not going to know what.
Hold on. We're not having this. We're not going on the credit card thing. Let's stick back to the topic. We're not doing that.
But don't call a man predatory. Don't call a 40-year-old man. Hold on. Do not call a
brother. This is my show. You're getting outside of yourself. I know we're not that familiar with each other, but I run this. Okay, so you need to chill out a little bit. Okay, let's stick back to the topic. Okay, the topic is. We're talking about what's predatory, what's not predatory. And to me, it goes both ways, whether it's a woman or a man messing with a younger person. It's the same. I don't look at it any different. I'm looking at it. I care less. I'm not going to get into what you think and feel moral. I'm looking at the legalities because everybody got different forms of morality and based on religion. I'm not getting in all of that. What you may think moral and not think moral, I'm looking strictly on morality, on legal, because the legalities is what counts.
How about if you scale those ages?
And I agree with you,
right?
because you know, hold on. Hey, check it out. Well, I agree. Let me tell you. Hold on. Here comes Dante. But check it out. A 29-year-old is and a 19-year-old. Okay, we got a 11-year gap there. Okay, but it's not too much of a gap where you got to say we got to think he's a predator, he's being predatory, or he's been a pedo. You know what I mean? Because it's just an 11-year gap. It's just not that much.
Right,
to make a big issue
but
of it.
the 18-year-old does not have the experience. You're talking about somebody that literally just got off their parents' porch.
And still,
Legally, it's okay. Legally, you got to have a cutoff time. Like I get what you're saying, Faith, but there has to be a cutoff where at a certain age you expect to go in the world. You have the right to do things. You
And
have
that's
the right
18.
to go to war. You got a right to go to the military. You got a right to do all other different things. And if an 18-year-old, you're expected to, if you want to make those decisions for yourself, because now it's not just about what the other person is doing, but as an 18-year-old, even if you are inexperienced, you have the right to make those decisions.
And that's why parents and family are so important in these cases, because they're supposed to equip you to be able to make adult decisions at that 18-year-old age.
But
You're not
most
just
people
supposed to be
18 are
out
still
here
idiots.
just. You said I'm an idiot?
No, I said most people at 18 are still idiots. We literally watch college kids every day act like fucking idiots. Like,
We
let's not
watch
act like
grown
that's
people
not
on
the
these
case.
panels act like idiots every day.
Exactly. Thank
So
you.
like
Exactly.
I want to know,
But
what
they're
is
all
this
adults.
obsession? What is this obsession with the age of consent and adults?
I don't
And
know.
like, I mean, this
You would be surprised. The
I
obsession is for protection. That's
I
why,
don't know
because some
why.
of us
Well,
are
okay, hold
are
on.
fathers.
I am a
So
father.
hold on. So the
Okay, so
conversation
you,
came up. Hold on, Eli.
I'm a father too.
So
Can I
what you
ask a
But at the
question
same
hold
to
on.
time,
So
everybody on
what
the
you
panel?
said, hold on. What you said is exactly why that conversation came up, because somebody on the panel said the same thing, that they were talking about legality, not morals, because like you said, everybody morals is different. That's when they brought up the map or whatever. So I just did a quick Google search. What you guys said is right in certain states. Certain states have a maximum age difference, 2 years, 3 years. The state of Georgia has no maximum age difference at 16. And it's a whole, Vermont doesn't have one. You can look it up. It's a whole bunch of states like that. So that's why the legality argument gets fuzzy, because it's like, well, if you just gonna go off illegal, it's a lot of these states that say 16, 17 have at it.
And I'm gonna tell you, when you get around my age, and talk about messing with a 19-year-old, then it'll get weird. My age, talk about messing with a 19-year-old, that's weird. I'm 51.
why is it weird? It's legal.
Because that motherfucker should be getting on your nerves.
Man, that's what I'm saying, man. Y'all goofing this whole conversation up okay, look, I get it.
No, you goofing it up with your
No.
preferences.
What I
That's what
get
you
it.
goofing it
No.
up with.
Listen to me, Gabe. I get it. If 18 is legal, it's legal. Go at it. You're not gonna be held responsible by the government, but by societal standpoint, we gonna look at you and we gonna hold you accountable because that shit goofy.
How would you hold somebody, two adults
ass.
accountable who desire to be in a relationship?
Yeah,
together?
you wrong.
Well, I mean, how is that going to look? How's that going to look? You dating this 19-year-old, you in your 50s, and then their friends come around, they're 19 and 20. Hold on a second. Well, let me just say this.
29 and 18.
Hold on.
Y'all just keep expanding these ages.
Hold on. I'm trying to get a point across. If you're 50 years old and the person is 19, their friends are like between 18 and 20, and you're a whole 50-year-old sitting up here with some 18 and 20-year-olds. Wouldn't you feel kind of funny? I'm just saying.
Faith is 29 and 18. That's what we were talking about. Where did 50 come from?
No. Somebody was saying that if they at their age, it would look kind of funny, and I was just saying that it would look funny. It would definitely look funny.
Can I ask a
this
question
is one of the
about
main
this?
reasons
Yeah, go
why
ahead, brother.
I'm
Speak.
taking a
Because
break from YouTube, because this shit is
because
so
okay,
freaking
do y'all
ridiculous.
trust an
Y'all go
18-year-old to run a
y'all
family?
go from 30 to 40 to freaking 50. And y'all need to stay at the particular age. If my daughter is 18 years old and is a 29-year-old man seeking my daughter, I'm going to do something drastic to him. Why are we not on that? Why are we not on the
Thank you.
accountability tip?
Thank you.
What if you
Thank
touch
you.
your daughter? Wait. So because he's attracted to your daughter, you just gonna do something to him?
Yes,
It
Goddamn
sounds
right
like your
I am.
daughter has to have some type of level of agreement with his pursuits of her. Like what?
Ain't no agreement there.
Okay, so if she don't
As
agree and she don't
far
want to be with him, then
as
boom.
far as she's staying under my roof, there ain't gonna be no agreement. I'm gonna treat her
Okay,
like
but
my
if she's not under your roof, then what?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like 18-year-olds can move out quickly.
Then
Then what?
Then I hope and pray to God that she keeps my teachings, because they ain't going down
Okay,
like
but
that.
And I
if
think
she
that that's
wants
what
to
a bigger
bring this
issue
guy
is.
over to your house, what you
And
gonna do?
for y'all to actually have a conversation and actually agree to this shit, it's ridiculous.
This is crazy. This is
What is
crazy.
what is
Agreeing
ridiculous?
with it.
This is
But see, I
crazy.
understand. I
Listen,
understand.
there's
I
a
understand
whole
what
bunch
D
of
Darrell
dudes
talking
getting their
about.
feelings.
See, I
Why y'all
understand
getting
what
y'all
D Darrell
feelings
talking
about
about.
it?
He
We
talking
having a
about legality.
conversation.
He talking about D Darrell. I understand what you're talking about. You talking about legality
agree with
and
it.
morals.
But
Morals against.
I'm not about to be around trying to judge and do all. I mean, from a legal standpoint, that's where I'm coming from, because I'm not going to go into the morality stuff.
Bro, D Darrell, Let's
That.
be real. Let's be real about this. Let's be real about this.
From a moral standpoint,
Car
I don't agree with it.
industries won't rent you a car if you're under
Why
25.
did you continue to change the goalposts?
Yes,
brother?
they
Stick
will.
to the topic.
Because you're not
Brother,
understanding the
you
fact.
Black, you got to stick to the. We're not going to move
Okay.
the
Okay,
goalposts. Stick
can I
to the
try
topic.
to ask this question?
Stay within the fence.
How
Stay
many
within
of
the
y'all
fence.
gonna trust your 18-year-old to run a family? How many of
You
y'all
won't.
would?
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't.
Okay, then. So if we won't even trust an 18-year-old to run a family, why would we trust an 18-year-old to be dating, I don't know, a 29-year-old?
But we can't
That's
do
a
anything.
You can't even be president of the United States
Hold on,
until
hold on,
you're
E-Black,
35.
hold on, E-Black.
Man,
Okay,
So let me tell you.
Listen, let me say.
So
let me
United.
say, I'm gonna use my kids. I'm gonna use my own daughters as an example. Okay, I got two daughters. I got a daughter 26 and I got a daughter 22 years old. Right? If my 26-year-old daughter decided to marry a man my age, I would not like the shit.
Right.
I would be pissed off about it. But at the end of the fucking day, that's her decision.
Boom.
I can't. I cannot.
So would you do something to that man?
I will find it immoral. I will try to do everything in my power to change her mind.
There we go.
But at the same time, I raised her to make her own decision. And if she makes a bad decision, she will have to live with the consequences of her decision. That's the same way my parents raised me. That's the same way I'm gonna raise her. And so that's all I can do. But initially,
But you're not going out here like telling everybody that they need to have your same moral stance.
No, I'm not. Exactly.
That's where the problem comes with me.
So here's one thing, E-Black. Here's the problem with your argument and the person that brought up the family. I was in the military. You know what 18 years old was doing in the military? They were in charge of $33 million helicopters.
Uh-oh.
So we're not gonna act like they not like they're just clueless. But at
they
the
can
same
die
time,
for their countries too, Tommy.
So they can take the 33 or they can take the $33 million helicopter home with them. Or is it under a controlled environment of is it under a controlled environment of war and training?
Right.
War and training is life for war and training, that's life for an 18-year-old. That's the parent's responsibility to train that child to go out into the world when they become an adult in order to make correct decisions. Right? So that's
right. And I'm not training my daughter to my 18-year-old to get with a 29-year-old.
Well, but listen, hold on. Here's the other problem.
Nothing wrong with that.
Hold on. Here's the other problem with the conversation. We're speaking as if we're talking about 18-year-old women that have a body like a 12-year-old. That's another part. So
Whoa,
as
whoa,
the
What
ending,
does that got to
what?
do with
listen,
anything?
What that has
listen
to
to
do
what
with
I'm.
that?
Whoa,
I don't
Let
care
me.
if she
Can,
have a
can I
bi-
land
I
it?
don't have any
Man,
choice.
Can I
guys,
land it?
y'all sounding
Yo, this is
strange
getting
right now,
crazy.
man.
It's getting a
No,
little different.
I
It's
don't
can
getting a
I
little
land
care
it?
different.
if she have if a 12 if I have
Y'all
a
not gonna
12-year-old
y'all
dog,
not
she
gonna
have
let
a
me
body
finish?
of an
That's a little
18-year-old.
wild,
No,
man. We
There
listen
ain't
to.
no
Can
man
I
I
walking
talk?
don't know if we want to
around
see
You
where
saying
it's
it's
older
going.
wild, and
than her
I'm
gonna
not
be
even
dating
finishing
her.
what I'm saying.
Okay,
All
brother.
right.
Go ahead, Tommy B.
Okay, what I'm saying is the initial introduction. A man walking down the street, they see your 18-year-old. Let's keep it 100. A lot of these 18-year-olds aren't built like flat chested, yada yada yada. So it's on that man when he finds out if she's 18, if he wants to deal with that. But what I'm saying is everybody's acting as if you're walking down the street and just boom, oh, she's 18, and then I'm after her. That's not the case. Now, when we having these
Yo,
conversations, that's what it's coming off as. Is if you're walking down the street, you're going, oh, that's a child right there. Let me go holler at her. Like, we have to remember at 18, they're built like women. So when these guys are introduced to these women in the public, they're not introduced as a child.
I don't care
okay.
how they
Am I
look
wrong?
physically, but when you
All
start
right.
talking to them and they start
And that's my
expressing
point. That's
themselves
that's when you have to
mentally,
make your
those are
decision.
not they're not mentally mature women. I don't care what they look
Typically,
like
yeah.
physically.
Okay, so let me take you
So
there. Okay,
what's the
Bottom line, if
conversation
they look,
between
I
a
don't give a
40 year
fuck if
old
they
and a
look
19
like
year old
Beyonce.
like?
If
so
you
hold on.
if she's 18 and he's 29, he's gonna be dealing with me. Point blank, period. End of discussion.
What is that conversation gonna sound like, Tommy B?
No, that and
29 year
that's
olds
why
are
I said
still.
after that, because okay, we as men, when we run into women, our first initial thing with women is how they look, correct? Their appearance, right?
Right?
Right.
Okay, that's why I said after the initial introduction, now it's upon the man on whether they're going to deal with this or not. Because again, if you're 19 and somebody say 35, the motherfucker should be getting on your goddamn nerves. And that is
Necessarily.
when that's when the issue comes up. But what I'm saying is when we have these conversations, we're acting as if like men are walking in a mall and going, "Oh, kid, right
Okay.
there."
I gotta ask E Black a question. Are you there, brother?
Hey, dude.
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Okay.
Hey,
I wanna because I'm not trying to frustrate you, but I need to understand, like, are you trying to say everybody should have this is a societal, this should be a monolithic perspective that everybody should have, or this is just your own personal perspective?
I I'm saying is that you know what, there are things that are legal that are of course you're able to do. For instance, at 16 you're able to drive a car, but because you have to get signed off by a parent to get the driver's slip, the what's that called?
Come on,
When
man. Answer the question, man. He gave you two options, man. Answer the
I'm gonna let you ride, brother.
All right.
I'm
My
gonna
fault.
let you
My
ride.
fault.
Go ahead,
I'm
get it out.
sorry.
Go
I'm
ahead, get it
sorry.
out. Get it out.
I believe
You know
this
what?
is I believe in the strength of society. I believe in the strength of society.
That's
So
fine.
I'm gonna answer it that way very shortly.
Okay.
I got a question for you. Alan Roger Curry, he was married to a 25-year-old. Was he considered a pedo to you or a predator? I'm asking.
He was well into his 60s when they got married.
Yeah, he's a predator.
No.
Right.
Nah, he's not. Fred, I don't think he's a
He's
predator. I
not
think what he
predator.
did was immoral, but I don't think he was a predator.
I don't think he was a predator.
See, and that's what I'm saying. Like, if
And-
you scale these,
and she was
29
29
and 18, it's 11-year difference. Then if you add 10 years, a 39-year-old and a 28-year-old. What y'all think about that?
A 30 what?
That's why these
A
conversations always get
39-year-old.
weird.
Wait. A 39-year-old and a 28-year-old.
No, that's not. No, that's a lot of
But it's
39-year-olds that date
but it's the
28-year-olds.
same like difference in.
Yeah,
it's
but
the
that's
same
a different
difference.
age of maturity. There's difference between
But
a
Right,
28
different
and
age of
18.
maturity. The girl has had more time out in the world, so
Yeah.
she
And
has
so
just
has
as
that
much
man.
experience.
Wait, and so has that man.
Man, but look,
Okay.
let me tell you like this. When I was
Yeah.
17, I used to play varsity basketball, right? At 18 or 17, I was like one hand dunking, like barely rim grazing and shit. At 18, I was two hand dunking that hoe. Them years at the younger age make a difference in maturity, physical body. There's a reason why we as a society say, you know what, it has to be 18 is the limit. It's not a physiological uh uh limit. It's just basically, look, if you if you gotta have it, 18 is the limit. It's not
No, that ain't the
literally,
reason.
bro.
I
What
think
you think
that
the
more
real
got to do
cutoff
with the
should be
school
then?
system. I
What
think
do you
that
think the
more got
real
to do
cutoff
with
should
you're
be
not
then?
in grade school anymore.
So if not 18, like what do you think the age should be? 24, 23, 24, 25?
In regards to what the opposite race sex
No,
is, because I
an
think I
adult.
I do
Yeah.
think 16-year-olds should marry each other, 18-year-olds should marry each other, 19-year-olds should marry each other. So
So you
when
think
you,
it's the difference in the age, right? The,
yes,
the,
I
the
do.
time
I
difference
believe
in
it's a
age.
difference in the age. Yes,
But then we just talked about a 39-year-old and a 28-year-old. Do you have a problem with that?
but we're talking. Then we go into physiology, where
Wait.
most
I'm
people
39-year-old and a
at
28-year-old.
25 people get gray hairs.
But you
there's
just
a
said it's the
Motherfucker,
difference in the
man.
age. You just said it's the difference in the age.
but we can't ignore science. That's what I'm saying. It's like, come on now. You're trying to
Well, I
move the
mean,
go.
but
You're
hold on,
trying
but
to
hold
you're
on.
I'm
trying to
not moving
stick
the
to age.
goalposts. That's why
This
I
is the
asked you.
problem with your argument, Lil E Black. You know who Lil D is, right?
Lil D who?
And from Oakland. He
Yeah.
basically ran a Fortune 500 dope selling operation at 17. So now you got your exceptions out there. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Most 30, 40, 50-year-olds wouldn't be able to do that. You see what I'm saying? So I see what you're saying, but it gets weird.
So you're saying it's a spectrum of maturity.
Absolutely,
But let's be
everybody
honest, the
doesn't mature at the
spectrum.
same rate.
But let's be honest, the spectrum is very 95% ish.
No, I agree.
Sure,
Absolutely. Yeah, I
sure.
would say that's an exception.
I agree with that.
But then what do you say to that 18 or 19-year-old or 20-year-old that is more mature than the 18, 19, 20-year-olds that's around that age, and they don't want to deal with 18, 19, 20-year-olds?
I'm fine with the legality of 18-year-olds. I'm fine with it. Morally, as a society, as black men, we should not be promoting anything other than what we're saying right now. Is
I agree with that.
So
well, I want to answer his question, because he's saying what about the 18-year-olds that are more mature than 25-year-olds?
No,
Is that what the question was?
Because what he said was he thinks 16-year-olds should marry 16-year-olds, 18-year-olds should marry 18-year-olds. I said, what happens when you come across, like, perfect example, we say girls mature faster than guys. So you got these guys in college that act like complete fucking idiots. Are we going to force the girls in college that are more mature than these idiots in college to only date those guys, or let them get a more mature guy?
Well, it really depends. It really depends on what she's more mature in, because I got that a lot when I was growing up. When I was 16, I was working at this job and people thought I was older because I was way more mature. This one guy was even comparing me to another girl who was exactly my same age, because I was punctual. I went to work, I was professional. Everybody was like, oh, she's got to be at least 20, 21 because of how I carried myself. But I was mature as far as like, getting my work done. But in other areas, I was not mature.
Right. I think people confuse, if like you say, Faith, they take one area and say, oh, well, he can
Just
handle this
mature.
one area. Oh, he must
Right.
be an adult. No, that's not the case. He may be good at that particular area, but in other areas, let's just think about relationship. They must be naive, or just they're dumb or selfish in that area. So it can't be
We
just.
got grown motherfuckers.
Basically, Faith,
I
you were
hear
still
you.
developing as a
But
young woman.
to take
You wasn't fully developed.
but
Right.
like
I
take
wasn't I wasn't fully
the
developed, but if
17-year-old.
someone just met me in the capacity of working, yeah, I was mature because I was about my business, but
Right.
I was very immature, when I wasn't working.
Yeah,
Which
and
is
to
fine
take
for
the
that age.
17-year-old example about running a drug cartel, yeah, he know how to do that. But put him in front of a girl, he might not know what the hell to do. He might get took all his money. So
Now,
just
far as
because
no,
one
sorry about that.
area just one area does not determine your maturity. You got to look at their experience in all areas, all facets, before
Okay.
you can say this
And
person's
for
mature.
okay, as far as the predatorial thing goes, there are guys that like to target younger girls because they can control them, or they can control them and abuse them. That's how a lot of these girls get turned out on the street, because these guys, these older guys, they've been through life. They know how to manipulate them.
Right.
See, but I think that's where those building blocks of parenting come from. Is that really educating your child and preparing them for the world, so that when they do get in the world as adults, 18-year-old adults, they'll be able to make logical decisions for themselves.
The problem with that is you can do your best, they still gonna bump their head.
Absolutely.
You can do your absolute best, they still gonna bump their head. But so
I agree. I agree with that.
This is my problem, like with the wording, because so when he says predator, right? So like Faith, you said that you were more mature at a younger age, right? So if you're 18, 19, right, and a guy that you worked with who only knew you in a work situation got at you and decided to date you and say he was, I don't know, 28, 29 or whatever, would you look at that as predatory?
At that age, I thought it was, well, I was grown, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't see it as predatory, you know.
But
I
I'm saying,
would
like,
think
even
that,
now, even now, with you acknowledging that in the work atmosphere you were more mature, you acted way older than you were, and if this is the only part that this guy sees you in, you get where I'm coming at?
right, but eventually, if he takes me out of that scenario and he talks to me on the phone or he dates me or whatever, he's going to start seeing the little chinks, you know, here and there, because it was there.
Or they can ignore it. Or they can ignore
That's
it.
all I was gonna say. But some people, what I'm saying is, I think what he said was important. When you look at these guys who actually they specifically look for these type of women, I think I look at that differently than say if somebody was working with you and they just happen to like you or whatever, and you were younger, 18, 19 or whatever, and they decide to date you. I don't look
You're
at
looking
that
at
the
the
same as
context.
these guys like R. Kelly who targeted.
Yeah, you're
Literally, this is
looking
what
at
he
the
wanted. That was his
context
preference.
of somebody
I
that's
used
innocently
to
doing it.
I used to giggle like every other sentence every time I got around a guy that I liked when I was younger. Like it was like super obvious.
That's not a lack of maturity. That's just like a quirk or something.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say
No,
Yeah,
because as I got
that is a bit immature, because that's not how mature women interact. I mean,
Some
that's
right,
a teen,
I
that's
don't do
teenage
that
behavior.
now.
Yeah,
I don't do that now though.
that's a lack of, let's say, that's more of a social skill, as far as, because you don't have to giggle and laugh at every little thing. It's a sign of nervousness.
Right. When I was
Yeah,
younger, I was more, nervous. I didn't have a lot of experience. So, I was more giggly and, all that type of stuff. And it took me a long time to kind of get that under control and, learn how to talk to men and be around men. It was just, like I said, there's certain things that you will pick up on with a younger, more inexperienced person.
yeah, you will. You will.
Which, and that's what I'm saying. It's like we need to allow young people to be young people, not that's just like their field of knowledge is different from, say, a 29-year-old, 30-year-old. It's just different, and we need to allow the space. And look, it may be legal, but as a society, we should be overriding the legalities of what's going on. Just
No, I
because
think it's
you
just
hold on. Just because you're
He's like,
19, hold
he
on.
paused and said, "Hold
go ahead,
on."
let him get it out, man.
Yeah.
Just because you're 19 doesn't mean you have the right to drive my motherfucking car because you're too immature.
What? That's a different. But
Oh, okay.
I think
So
we should
just
allow.
because,
Look, let him get it
All
out.
right,
Just
all right,
go ahead
all
and get
right.
it out, man.
Yeah.
bro, just because you got a 19-year-old child doesn't mean they have the right to drive your car. Yeah, it's legal. Yeah, they may have a license, but as a society, we say, you know what? You're not mature enough to handle the car driving at 2 o'clock, driving 300, 400 miles to Reno or to different cities and states.
Yeah,
Like
I don't
we
know what
have,
that Oh, you still going? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but we have to, as a society, it's bigger than just legality. That's all I'm saying. And I
think that-
digress.
I think that we need to allow adults to go out in the world and make decisions for themselves. I think that a lot of times you can stop the growth, you can stop the development of an 18-year-old, a 19-year-old, if they're so, I guess, confined into like one space. Like they don't, I think that they should be able to interact with people who are older than them, of the opposite sex or the same sex, so they can learn, right? And I'm not saying like sexually or anything, but I do think that they can learn things from having some of those type of experiences. Like if an older dude come up to my 18-year-old daughter, I want her to be able to navigate that and to like express what her preference is, to say, hey, does she see that that's creepy or something, or does she feel uncomfortable there? I want her to be able to navigate that experience rather than just saying
hold on.
Don't do that. That's wrong.
What do you do if your 18-year-old is dating the 29, 30-year-old and he wants to lock her down? She's trying to go to college, but he doesn't want her getting around college guys her age. So he gets her pregnant on purpose.
Come on. That's
we're not going to pretend like this doesn't.
It's really fake. Really, there's nothing we can do.
Exactly.
Right. That's what that's what I'm saying. Like, the games that these older guys play, that's something that someone that young is not going to be equipped to see.
An 18-year-old needs to understand what, if she knows that she wants to go to college, she wants to finish school, she would know that, hey, if she's engaging in unprotected sex, whether it's somebody younger or older, then that can cause a baby. I would think that I would equip my daughter with the knowledge of that if she desires to go to college. That's what I'm saying. She should be able to navigate that.
That's
based
why
on what I teach her.
Wouldn't someone that don't
so let me give an
age would
example.
try to do the same thing, Faith? Because that's
what I'm saying.
That's
like
not
younger or
older men.
When I was in the military, they gave us warnings because, like, I was in a small town called Corpus Christi. You had these chicks out here, they got kids, and they'll try to hook up with you and get married for the benefits. They gave us this whole course. What does this young white boy do? 18-year-old, no kids, go marry this chick with five kids. You can get the information, but again, you're 18, you're goofy.
Yeah.
So I mean,
is he out here helping to make the women with the 5 kids? Because I mean, a lot of 30-year-olds men, I'm sorry, but they have children. And that's the other thing. I wouldn't want my 18-year-old with a 30-year-old man because they have lived.
Yeah, I wouldn't want my 18-year-old getting married either with a woman with 5 children. That's equally as bad.
These are our preferences, but at 18, they're our adults.
Responsibility.
No,
like I got a son 18 years old right now, and if he was dating an 18-year-old with a child, I would steer him away from dating a girl with a child 100%. At his age. He got scholarships that are to be had right now. I'm sending him away. I don't have time for him to be thinking about if I'm gonna stay in a relationship and I'm gonna be with, and listen, that's a time and a day for that, but that day is not today.
But you would allow it. But you would allow your 18-year-old daughter to date a 29-year-old man.
No, I would not. No, I didn't say that.
Bro, the whole point of this conversation was based on that, and you were saying,
brother, you gotta listen. You assuming things that people didn't say.
You did say that.
No, I did not. What I said was, I could not do nothing about that if that 18-year-old out of my house chose to do that.
But you do that for your 18-year-old son.
He couldn't do
that. No, I didn't say. No. Hold on. He's still in my house. What are you talking about? My 18-year-old is still here.
Okay.
What are you talking
so
about?
you're saying outside your house, you have no control.
Outside my house, I couldn't do a damn thing. Inside my house, I'm dictating what happens.
Okay, I get that.
Yeah, he's still here. He don't graduate till next spring, till May.
But at the same time, one thing that we need to do is that we need to make sure our children can confide in us, right? We want to make sure that our children takes our opinion as something that is valuable and that they would want to apply it to their lives. That's that parenting thing that.
Now, E-Black, I'm gonna say this to your credit. If my 18-year-old son decided after he graduated out of high school, I don't want to go to college. I want to be with this girl that is pregnant. I mean, that has a child, and he chose to do that. I will do everything in my power to prevent him from doing it. But at the end of the day, if he chose to do that, that's nothing I can do. But what I will say for him, because I treat boys different than girls. Whatever you financially have issues with, don't come asking me for shit because you ain't getting nothing.
That's right.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah,
That's
that's
facts.
that happened to my oldest brother.
Yeah.
He was an athlete. He could have went and
you're
educated
gonna
professional
have to deal with the consequences of being a man. Be responsible for yourself. You don't need me.
So we're just leaving our daughters out there. So we're
I didn't.
Here we go.
I didn't. Brother, okay.
This is what I'm saying. As men,
but brother, you're making assumptive claims.
Just
No,
without me
you
giving
just
a
missed the whole point of what
okay,
he
I
said.
understand what you're saying. As long as they're outside the house, they can make the decisions about themselves. And I respect that. But as a father, I'm still saying, you know what? My fatherhood extends beyond 18. My fatherhood is still.
You can't control an
and you're
adult.
absolutely
What are you gonna do?
and you're
so
absolutely.
so maybe we should turn the question back.
Wait a minute,
E-Black, what would you do?
Are you a parent? Do you have children?
Yes.
Adult children?
No.
Well, I got adult children, so I think I may know what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm saying.
I got
E-Black,
three
what can
adult
you
children.
do?
I'll use myself as an
children.
example.
Hold on, brother. I got children that are adults that have made mistakes in relationships that I've had to deal with. I've dealt with things with them with their relationships already. And my thing is that no matter how much, when you're dealing with adult children, you can educate them. You can be the parent. Daddy love you. I'm always here for you, help you. At the end of the day, that's the decision they have to make.
See, but
I'm not about to go trying to micromanage a 22, 23-year-old woman.
Maybe it's something
It's impossible.
that we might be missing, because E-Black seems to be able, because he's saying that he would not allow this to happen. E-Black, what can you do if this happened to you? If your 18-year-old daughter was dating a 29-year-old, what would you do in that case?
So are you gonna go beat the guy up?
I'm just asking.
Really, the only way
the reason I'm asking
is either
to
you're
really
gonna beat this
understand.
guy up to where he don't want to do it, or you're gonna put him in the ground.
Let's hear E-Black though.
And that's assuming that you win.
Let's hear E-Black, because he might have something that we might be leaving out or we might not know. So what would you do, E-Black?
Look, I agree with y'all. There's not much you can't do.
So we saying the
So
same.
what the hell you been talking about, fool?
We all agree.
Saying that
we all agree.
Either rail is going to just allow.
All I'm saying is that if you hold on, let me speak. All I'm saying is that if you've raised your we're talking about family, right?
Right.
If you've raised your hold on. If you've raised your child in a family unit, you understand what decision making, group decision making is. Yes, kids are gonna do what they want to do. Even now at elementary school, my child, she wants to wear the blue sneakers. I say wear the red ones. She says no, I'm gonna wear the blue. It's the same thing, but at the same time, it's still under my control. So, but it's still, we have to push our children. Hold on.
Let him finish. Come on, Tommy. Let him finish. Let him get it out.
All I'm saying is that as a family unit, we should not be accepting certain things, because just because today is what, November the 11th, and that means it's the 18th, does not mean that you do not have influence and control. And when I say control, I don't mean necessarily you directly moving these people. I'm just saying influence in terms as a parent to direct the proper decisions of the offspring. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Let me say something.
Can I give you a story right quick?
Hold on, I'm about to head to work, so I'm gonna say this right quick. I think one thing a lot of people need to understand with kids, children are human beings. They're not robots. I use myself as an example. I was raised with a mom and pops, was in private school from kindergarten to 9th grade till I got kicked out. I was in the streets, period. My dad and them did every motherfucking thing for me not to be out there. That was a me thing. I tell people all the time, my mom and dad don't get a single fucking blame of what the fuck I went through out there. That was 100% me. You can do whatever the fuck you want to. At the end of the day, if that fucking kid wants to do something, either you gonna try to stop them and they still gonna do it behind your back, or they gonna do it. I just watched a whole documentary on this little white kid from some suburb in L.A. Took his ass to South Central and became a Crip. Family rich as fuck, live on a $1.8 million home, and they son is a rolling 90s Crip. So you have to understand that as much as you want to mold your kids, and at the end of the day, they are human beings, and they are going to do what they want to do at a certain point in time. And all you can do is hope for the best after that. But I'm about to get to work, man. It was a good conversation with y'all.
All right, man.
Yeah,
Come
good
back again,
conversation.
Tommy. It was cool
Nice
talking.
meeting you.
You too. You too.
And fuck the Raiders.
E Black.
Damn.
Y'all better win tomorrow. Y'all ain't won in a month and a week. I'm counting.
Damn.
Oh, hate that Raider ass, man.
Yeah, man. This is a good conversation. I just didn't want it to go into like the way the manosphere. Like, man, man, you don't know how many discussions I had about this. This is I really, when people start going into this age consent stuff, I had guys pulling up 50, 40 different states about these old ass draconian ass laws that have not been, should be updated. About the 14, there's southern states where the legal age to have sex is like 15.
Yeah,
14
and
years
we
old.
ignore them, and we ignore, but like, I still remember being an 18-year-old, still like looking up to my grandmother because that was my family unit,
right?
My mother, that was my family unit. So I'm talking more in line of that thing where, yeah, you might be 18, but you're still a part of a unit, an embodiment of a society. So I understand. Look, we can say 18, yeah, you legal, you free to do anything you want.
Yeah.
But still, you're still part of a unit that it has aspirations for your growth, and that's where I come from. It's like, you know what? Fuck all the other things. We as human beings still relate to each other differently than what the government say, than what society say. As us black people, we're different. We should be treating each other different, and we should be accepting the fact that we should be like the roles that we should be doing. As a black man, as a black man, my daughter's age or my relinquish of control does not stop at 18.
Yes, it does.
It stops when I.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
All right, fine. Yeah, y'all.
I get what you're saying. You still, as a parent, because I'm still like, really, be honest with you, from my particular situation, my parents stopped financially supporting me around the age of 21, 22. Once I got out of college, you still have an influence. You still have some level of control,
right?
But you cannot control the decisions that grown ass child of yours is going to make. And you think that you can steer them away. If they want to do it, they're going to do it.
And that's one of my points, D. Darrell.
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
They're going to respect you, but if that's what if that's how they want to live their life, that's what they want to live their life.
And that's one of my things. The influence that we have over our children when they become adults is so important, right? If we really want to instill values and morals into them, when they're 18 and they're put in a situation where they have to make a decision, a yay or nay, we want our voices, right? We want our teachings that we have given our children to be that little voice in the back of their head. That's, I think, what we need to be more focused on than this whole moral stance that needs to be applied to everybody, kids, and within the whole community. No. I want my children to be able to hear my voice when they're in difficult situations and be like,
but that's the reason. That's the reason why. But that's the reason why I didn't join the military at 18. Is because my moral stance, because of my parents.
Yeah.
Said that. You get what I'm saying? So it's the same. It's the same thing. At 18, yeah, I could have joined the military just because I wanted to, but because my parents say, you know what, the military ain't built for you. You can really go to a city college, get what you want to do. It'd be cheaper, and you don't have to go fight bullets. And especially during that time where Afghanistan was on the horizon. So that's the logic that I'm coming off of.
Right. I'm gonna say this. I had a discussion with my daughter just actually 2 days ago, and she was talking about the kind of friends that she had that she no longer has, and guys that she dated that she know. And she said everything that we told her that she didn't listen to was right. And she finally coming around to understand she need to listen and take in more of what we say, because she made mistakes based on not to say we 100% right all the time, but the fact that she admitted that everything that she told us about what to expect happened.
And that's the thing. Like when your kids start saying what you start saying, like when you like, oh yeah, I just told them, and they saying the same exact thing. That's what that
trial and error, and them having to learn for themselves to understand that that's part of them maturing and as an adult. And I told her, I said, I didn't tell you that to try to control you or do what I want you to do. I'm telling you information to protect you so that you don't get yourself caught up in situations that you're gonna regret, for the rest of your life.
Yeah, but let me ask you this, and it just sparked up. At 18 years old, would you want your kids to enter the military?
I'm not pro-military, so they're growing up.
But at the same extent, why? What would stop them?
Okay, if they chose to do it, listen. Let me tell you, if they chose to do it, I would have to accept them doing it. Now, I wouldn't like it, but that's the path. Because in my household, I'm like, I speak college, I speak everything. The military actually was frowned upon. I never would bring it up. But if they said this is what I want to do, then I have to respect that, because that's the path that they want to take. I wouldn't agree with it, but I have to respect it, and I give them my blessing, because that's their life. I'm not going to tell my kids. That's one thing I want. Like whatever career path they want to take is the career path they want to take. I have to support them on that. I may not like it or agree with it, but I would have to respect it.
But at the same it's the same. To me, it's the same emphasis. The way that my mom told me, "Hey, yo, you can't enter into the military," is the same way that I feel that we have power over our children to say.
You keep saying power over. You really don't when they're an adult. You don't have the power.
You have influence, not power.
He had no power over them.
At best, influence at best. Like it really don't go too far.
Right, but there's a lot of jerks. There's a lot of predators that can't wait. They be hanging out in front of the high school, waiting for the high school graduation for these kids, namely these men, waiting on these girls to graduate so that they can go, aha, she's legal, and then jump on it. And that's where you really got to exercise your parental influence, because these people are out here and they do exist. Just like when I first started driving trucks, I had to instill that in my oldest daughter, because when people found out that I was going over the road, they thought that, oh, okay, the 18-year-old is going to be out in the open. No, she wasn't. My mother was there, my father was there, my influence was there, their influence was there, and a lot of bullshit got thwarted because they thought, oh yeah, the coast is clear. Let's go get the 18-year-old. Nah. The coast is not clear.
Even a statistic about that. I don't mean to jump into stats, but it was about like people who are in the P lifestyle. They typically don't get a lot of young ladies who are in households with strong male figures.
No, they don't.
A lot of times, right? So, hey, that's another thing. Just by you being there, E-Black, that influence is there over your daughters. Just by whoever else has daughters, right? So it's even a less likelihood of your child going down a dark road of manipulation by your presence. So I think that's something to say.
Yeah, but at the same time, I also see the fact that, say us as men go overseas and start fucking Filipino 18-year-olds.
Lord, here we go.
Here we go. Here we go.
Another manosphere basketball, brother.
Like, we gotta keep it real about this. But I understand this is a great argument point. But I think across the spectrum, we all agree we need to protect our children. That's my standpoint.
Yes.
And
yes.
So, because
I like you, Black. I hope you come back again, man. We had our little talk.
Hey, this is what I do right here.
Yeah, I get you, brother. I get you.
Let me go ahead and drop down, man. I'll holler at y'all. Peace.
All right.
All right.
Brother Speak, what's going on, man? Any last words?
Well, as far as like the kids and everything, anybody messing with kids, I think it should be this way. When they outside your home, I mean, there's not much you can do. They're gonna make their own decisions, but the only thing you can hope, you got to them young, and make sure that they understand, hey, this might not be the route you want to go. Don't do anything. You're 18. You need to explore stuff. You don't want to do something that's going to hamper you as you get older. Like this quick example, my brother, he was an athlete and was good in baseball, could have went professional, but he got some chick pregnant and he decided, well, let me be the family man instead of going pro, which he could have made more money.
Right.
Even during that time. But but that was his decision,
Right.
And my parents did what they could. They got him in there at the soda plant so he can work, but then the drugs caught him, and then it went to crap over that. But the point of it is like you never know what these children are going to do once they get out your house. You can tell them everything. The best you can do is just get to them young and understand that this may not be the path you want to go, and hope for the best. That's all I can tell you.
Right. That's exactly. I mean, because I'm gonna be honest, my kids made decisions that I didn't like.
I made decisions my mom didn't like.
Yeah, I made, they made decisions that I warned them, and I had to deal with. They had to deal with the consequences. And they learned. And they made better decisions as they matured. And that's just parenting as an adult. I mean, with adult children, you're there for guidance. You're not in a particular situation like when you're dealing with kids who are minors, and then it's more you being a supervisor per se. You're guiding, educating, you're protecting, you're supervising, and you're dictating too, and you're an authoritarian if that's the route you choose to take. I was an authoritative parent. That's just my style. But I mean, when they become adults, you have to allow them to grow on their own, and they have to make their mistakes and learn. All I can do is be there to support. So,
can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, man. Look. I think the original point of this argument was whether we uphold the principles of what we deem immoral on YouTube.
Okay.
We all have different values and what system. I think I've been beaten down so much to where I'm like, look, man, whatever y'all believe in, whatever y'all believe in. So
you being trolled hard up in the chat, man.
Look. I come with trolls. Pause. Like I come with at least 2 or 3 trolls. Okay, on different platforms. It ain't just YouTube. On Instagram, on TikTok. So, but either way it goes, I think the original conversation was about accountability and what we're gonna do. I've always said this, and since my career has been on YouTube for the last 2 years, man, motherfuckers ain't gonna give a fuck. Just get your bread, stack these numbers up, make great content. get the great people who believe in what you believe in together, and y'all present y'all message. That's what I believe in. This whole accountability stuff, I don't believe in, but I also believe in, hey, a brother like me gonna hold you to the task. The words that you say you believe, I'm gonna make sure that you accountable to what you say you gonna believe. If you say you push back on child pedophilia, nigga, that we gonna run the tape on you. You know, if
Right, right.
you
I
know what I
get it.
mean.
I feel you.
And I think it's all fair. You're gonna take some lumps in this game. You gonna hit, like, even with Taz. And I know y'all might not believe it. I think Taz has to get a pass on this because he may have not been there to rebuttal actually what was said. And
What
I
you
have to be,
you mean about Robbie?
yeah. And I fuck with Robbie. I fuck with Robbie so heavy. And that's the one thing at the situation that I see. But at the same time, if you're this guy that says that they hold everybody accountable and you speak up on every situation, you're gonna be held accountable for not speaking up, and that's
Yeah,
fair.
right.
So it's on both sides. It's a game. It's a beautiful artwork of game that this YouTube streets provide, and
Yeah.
I'm here for the shits.
Right, I get it.
Salute to your audience. I mean, like I said, man, and
All
and
right.
great, nice to meet all of you guys because this is probably my first time meeting everybody. I
Yeah, but
have,
I've seen your content on and off, but I
yeah,
have been watching you with the little stuff going on with the the other with the Daryl and we unlocked talked
yeah.
about you a little bit,
Yeah, I
but
got, man.
I've watched
Daryl's easy fucking work, man. That nigga,
yeah,
that nigga's easy work. So,
right.
but yeah, I've seen no, and to you, I've seen your content. I literally got off a live stream of what you guys were talking about. We unlocked,
Oh,
and
okay.
I subscribed to that, and I seen Faith. So that great to meet you, but like I said, I feel like I know you guys, but I don't know you guys. So salute
Right.
to everybody in the chat and
Hey
everybody.
man, you
So
always welcome, man. You're always
yeah,
welcome to be here.
And
We
great
chop
to
it up.
meet you as well.
Great to meet you, man.
yeah, that's a bet.
All right, man. Appreciate it. All right, Faith. Last but not least.
All right. Well, I'm just going to say this. I just feel as if we need to let these 18-year-olds get some experience under their belt before, we go jumping on them. And, especially the girls. The girls don't get breathing room at all. It's like on site. Soon as you graduate and get out of high school, it's on site. These guys are on you. They're trying to make you into a mother, a housewife, or something for them. Their sex toy. I mean, you just on site. Hell, damn near when you turn 16 is on site. So I mean, I wish that you brooding 30-year-old creeps, can kind of keep your hands off the young ladies. Let them get older, let them go out into the world, let them find themselves, let them grow up is what I'm saying. But D-Rail, you have these fire panels. I mean, I love your show. I don't know what the hell be going on, but I mean, you got Taz to show up here.
And look, and I'll be honest, I don't fuck with it. And I tried, and I didn't want to let him up. As soon as I let him up, I knew he was going to do what he did. That's why I didn't want to bring him up in the first place. I was going to let him rock. He didn't even have to even talk to me. All he had to do was talk to everybody else. You know what I'm saying? He didn't even have to talk to me because I wasn't going to ask him a question. It could have been everybody else asking the questions, but he chose to talk shit as soon as he got up here.
Yeah, like the first sentence was literally something. Just, I mean, he said that he just asked the question, but it was just how he came to the panel. Like, nigga, you think I'm gonna respect you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a question, but it's just the way you framed it. It
Right.
was disrespectful. It was like, hey, we wasn't on that. We were really wanting to hear your side of things,
Right.
because I
That's
was
it.
really, trying to get to the bottom of that, but it didn't get a chance to happen. So whatever.
Yeah,
But like
I
I
was gonna be quiet. I wasn't even gonna ask him shit. I was just gonna let y'all ask him questions. I wasn't even gonna interject myself unless he got out of control. Because I already knew if it was gonna be me and him having a direct exchange, I already knew it was gonna be Fight Club, Baller X type situation. So I just didn't. I wasn't gonna say nothing. But
Well,
it was
I
what
have
it
to
was.
say, you are a great person. You are the bigger man because I mean, a lot of people wouldn't have let him up. You did, and I have to give you kudos for that.
Right. Well, I tried. So I do appreciate everybody for coming up here. I've seen a lot of people came through today. I will be going live again tomorrow evening. I'm don't know what my topic's going to be, but it's going to be something related to the space. Appreciate everybody for supporting me. Y'all all have a great night. Peace.
Peace.